morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Olinka Castellanos, and I will be your Spanish interpreter this morning. Spanish and English. Thank you. Buenos días, señores y señores. Mi nombre es Olinka Castellanos y yo voy a ser su intérprete esta mañana en español. Thank you. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 1, call to order and roll call. 1A, call for quorum. It is 8:09 a.m. on Tuesday, October 5th, 2021. I call this meeting of the Independent Redistricting Commission to order. For the record, the Executive Assistant, Valerie Newman, will be taking roll. When your name is called, please indicate you are present. If you're unable to respond verbally, we ask that you please type your name. Val.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair Watchman.
Present.
Commissioner Lerner.
Present.
Commissioner Meal.
Present.
Chairperson Newberg.
Present.
And for the record, we also have in attendance Executive Director Brian Schmidt, Deputy Director Lori Van Haren, Public Information Officer Michelle Crank, Community Outreach Coordinators Marie Chappell and Alex Pena. Our legal team, we have Roy Herrera and Daniel Ariano from Ballard Spar, Brett Johnson and Eric Spencer from Snell and Wilmer. From Timmins, we have Brian Kingery, Parker Bradshaw, Brody Helton, and Colby Chafin. And from NDC, we have Doug Johnson and Ken Chalkins. We have our transcriptionist, Debbie Wilkes, this morning, and this afternoon we will have Angela Miller. And that is everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and welcome everybody. Please note for the minutes that a quorum is present. Agenda item 1B, call for notice. Val, was the notice and agenda for the commission meeting properly posted 48 hours in advance of today's meeting?
Yes, it was, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Agenda item 2, approval of minutes from yesterday, October 4th, 2021. We have 2A, the general session minutes. There was no executive session. If there's no, I'll entertain discussion, and if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from October 4th.
I move we approve the minutes from October 4th.
This is Commissioner Lerner. I second.
If no further discussion, Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, 4-0, the minutes from October 4th are approved. Thank you. Agenda item number 3, opportunity for public comments. Public comment will now open for a minimum of 30 minutes and remain open until the adjournment of the meeting. Comments will only be accepted electronically in writing on the link provided in the notice and agenda for this public meeting and will be limited to 3,000 characters. Please note, members of the Commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and a decision at a later date. We'll move to agenda item number 4, discussion on public comments received prior to today's meeting. I turn it over to my colleagues first. You know, the only thing I would like to say is thank you, public, for your feedback. I'm finding the comments substantive and also really referencing a lot of the constitutional criteria regarding, you know, geographic boundaries, you know, communities of interest. And so thank you for that very specific data. That's feedback, particularly as we're going to go into the next week with a bit of a break with deliberations. Super helpful information. And I also want to acknowledge that we will make more efforts to speak into the mic. We apologize for that. Okay, agenda item number 5, and welcome. Let's note for the minutes that Commissioner York has joined us at 8:13. Welcome, Commissioner York. Agenda item number 5, update discussion and potential action concerning polarization data and report presentation from mapping consultants. I will turn it over to Doug if there's an update.
Yeah, no, nothing to add from yesterday's presentation.
Okay. With that, we will move to agenda item number 6, draft map decision discussion and possible action concerning revisions to the grid maps. We will be discussing both the legislative map and the congressional map. And so with that, I turn it over to Doug. We're very excited to look at what's the new revision.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. We're excited to show you what we have. We'll set the stage a little bit. It was extremely productive. We actually have, as promised yesterday, we have in-progress maps. These are not fine, refined pieces of art at this point. We were getting through as much of the direction request as we could. But I'm happy to say we made much more progress than I thought we'd be able to. And I think that it goes out to the Timmons Group folks here of just their skill on the system and their expertise in the system made much better progress than we expected. So I will say we took all the directions and requests and kind of the wish list that the Commission talked about yesterday. And in terms of looking at the criteria, you're going to see the Timmons folks have a very detailed step-by-step list of the changes made that they'll walk through with you in just a moment. But really the focus, to keep in mind, the focus at this point has been on obviously equal population, making the changes so that the districts stay population balanced. And then we're really heavily focused on communities of interest. Almost the far majority of the discussion yesterday was community focused. So that's the main criterion driving the changes you're going to see today. There was, of course, an effort to try to be compact as possible and to try to follow city and county borders where that fit in with the requests that the commissioners had made. And it was funny, we were talking about which criteria we were looking at last night. On the Native American side, the community of interest and the voting rights discussion are so closely intertwined because of the concentration population on the reservation. So arguably we're looking at both of those. Just to set the stage, as we talked about yesterday, the Commission clearly expressed its interest and focus on making sure we fully comply with the Voting Rights Act in the more heavily Latino areas as well. We didn't do a lot of looking at the numbers we got yesterday, mainly because at this point we kind of have the numbers, but we haven't really focused on what communities borders to use particularly in the South Phoenix area. But we did pay some attention to that, especially in looking at the congressional map and the rough configuration of the current Southern District. And then we do have competitive results to show for you, where the districts are as we follow the community of interest input, but we did not have time to go in and dig into those numbers and look at where we might tweak those. Obviously, that's an important step that will be included in this process, but we did end up with a number of competitive seats in the grid, and we ended up with a number of competitive seats in what we'll show you today, but that was not something we were looking at. It was more just how the numbers fell out. And the last piece I'll mention, the other criterion is Arizona's somewhat unique undivided census tracts requirement in the criteria, and that really is addressed in the grid. Because the grid is built from census tracts, all these districts have built into it, complying with that requirement. And as we're making these changes, we're adjusting the grid for the other criteria, and thus dividing some census tracts in order to achieve those other goals. So with that, it's enough setting the stage. I will we're going to start, I believe, with the congressional map and go through that, and then the team, we thought we were going to be racing still to try to do something for ledge map as well, but they actually got a legislative map and they're ready to present that whenever the Commission finishes with congressional map. So we can move right into that. With that, I'll hand off to Brian and then take it away.
Thanks, Doug. All right, so to set the stage even further, we put together 3 plans. 2 are congressional, 1 legislative, and I think we're in a really good spot with both the congressional 1.0 and the legislative 1.0 in terms that they are still working, but the narrative that we're going to say today to explain how we approach the revisions of the grid map, you'll be able to see the ripple effect. where if we take into account, keeping all the tribal reservations together or including them in a certain district, how that would affect a neighboring district. So I'll go through, 1.0 for both the congressional and legislative, which are still in progress. I would say they're about 75, 80% of the way done. But we do have congressional test map version 1.1, which is balanced in terms of it's within that 1% target deviation. Beyond just having these 3 plans in the redistricting system, we do have an audit log because we wanted to keep track of everything that we did, what changes moved from, took blocks from a district and added them to a district, and why. So paired with each one of these plans, I'm now showing on the screen the congressional test map version 1.0 audit log. We have a version 1.1 audit log, which is a little more in depth, and then as well as the legislative. And this one, because there's so many ripples that are caused by, modifying districts, you can see that it's much more detailed, and it's still not even complete. But with this being fully transparent in our decisions of if we're moving this from a district to a district, a citizen can start with the approved grid map and then essentially try and follow our process and end up with almost the same result. So at least there's a trail to see, how the decisions were made. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up 1.0 and show our process. We do have a couple of variables turned on at the bottom so that we could see on the fly as we were shaping districts, the competitiveness, the percent Hispanic, Native American, how that would be impacted. But that was not the only driver. So let's see. The main difference with this version of the congressional district plan, or the grid map plan rather, is that you can see District 2 does include much of the northern tribal reservations all in one, and it does not necessarily wrap around to the bottom, to the southeast of the state. And then I'm going to ask my team to jump in if I'm missing any specifics, but we'll go in and look in Maricopa County. District 1 and 3 primarily stayed the same. You can see this tail right here. In District 7, we did include those tribal reservations. And then just jumping over here, we first looked at keeping the northern tribes together, the southern tribes together. Then we looked at Graham and Greenlee, where we moved those around and then included those into districts from 5 rather to District 2. From District 2 to District 5. And then splitting Yuma to look at, we heard your feedback about Yuma likes how it is currently in the breakdown. So we wanted to see, compare what it is currently to what the grid map shows, and then how does that move, or how does that modify the grid map rather. So going over. And then we did move Tucson around. So 1.1, we modified District 7, 6, and 5. And then version 1.1, the main difference you'll see there is starting with the row 6, ID 5. Tucson moved around, but this one specifically moved it to the northern portion of that district based on the feedback we heard yesterday. And then all the additional steps for that, which I'll open that plan here in a second. We did start with 1.0. We wanted to get those foundational steps that we heard are important, such as keeping the tribes together, understanding the change in Yuma. And then once we got to ID 4, that's when we did the save as and then started with the grid map, or the congressional test map 1.1. And continue to make those changes.
Brian, can you make that bigger? Zoom in on
So with that, I'll ask the mapping team, the rest of the mapping team. Is there anything specifically you would want to call out in version 1.0 of congressional districts?
Why don't you walk through, kind of starting in the north, how they shifted?
So I will grid map. So here you can see District 2, how it went to the southeastern portion of the state, extended below, and then looking at District 9, how it still has the township median, moving to the west and then up north, and how that change appears in 1.0. You can see it stops, District 5 comes over, and District 9 keeps somewhat of the same shape, except, forgive me, I don't know the travel reservations off the back of my hand, but we did include into District 2 this one that was in District 9 originally in the approved grid map. District 6, let's see. District 6, we did move up into District 2, and District 5 moved over as well. So here's what it was in the approved, and then in version 1.0, you can see if we zoom into Tucson, how that breakdown shows. And this, for version 1, this is not going to be the final. It still needs to be population balanced. You can look at the target deviation percentage column, and you can see that District 2, as it is right now in blue, it's still, even though it's geographically the largest district, it still is roughly about 50,000 people needing to be added to include it in there to get to the target deviation of either plus, we were aiming for plus or minus 1%. So a 2% deviation in total. For the legislatives, we stayed within the target of 5% over or under, so a total of the 10%. District 4, we do need to transfer probably, I think it's like 20,000 people, so that we lose 2% in that district to make it within that target deviation. And as we are making these overall changes to the plan, you can see in the next column over the competitive, the comp dim votes, we tried to stay as close to 50 as possible. You can see that, by us needing to add additional census blocks into District 2, that 44% change. You can also see the in here the percent Native American, percent Hispanic. And so as you scroll through and see these plans, which the intention is once these are within the target deviation, this version will be published just like all of the citizens submitted plans that are then published and accessible on the hub site. So as we go through, on the hub site, you have the published plans page. Our intention is to make another page that have these test maps where we're making those modifications and revisions to the grid map for both the legislative and the congressional side. So, Doug, is there anything else specifically about this one that you would like to call out?
Sorry, it'd be good to go to the next one so you can see the contrast between the decisions we ran into in the two maps.
All right, so the colors did change on this one, but essentially District 2 stayed roughly the same shape. District 9 stayed. Our main focus was along the southern half of the state. You can see that the Tucson, the northern portions, the foothills in Tucson have been included. District 7 has moved over and taken more into the central part of Tucson. Going over and looking at the specific steps The first 4 items were the exact same as 1.0. Then we looked at Tucson, where we did move it around, but our revisions were specifically about a different way to split up District 6 and 7. And then you can see that we did Foothills and Saddlebrook, and we combined them with Cochise. And then we focused on Santa Cruz, where we changed it to District 7 in this plan. So going back to the approved grid map, it was in District 6 originally, but now it's in District 7 for this version. Going back to the audit log, the change log, then we looked at the Year River Indian Reservation, and we moved that to keep Maricopa and the river together. Next, District 5, we moved that east into Stafford, and that was really just to help meet the population balance within the target deviation. Then Goodyear is now split, so we moved that from 7 and split it between 7 and 5. So going over. Avondale, we moved with the intention of just helping to balance the population. We did run into scenarios where, we've been talking about the ripple effects when we make a change, how it affects the neighboring districts. And in some cases, we put ourselves into a corner where we needed to add 20,000 people, but there weren't 20,000 people to add. So we had to go all the way back out to the corner, starting out, working our way in. And we would take 20 from here, 20 to the next, just so that we would have 20 for the original district to make that modification. So District 2 now moves further west, and then our last step for the 1.1 version is that Sierra Vista and Stafford were adjusted to allow for the splitting of Tucson into 6 and 5. So Doug, I'll defer to you. Is there anything specific that you would want to call out that I missed?
I think the key differences between the two are, as Brian mentioned, that which way does Santa Cruz County go? In the discussion yesterday, there were talk of it going with District 7 and talk of it going with Cochise. And so you have one map that goes one way, the other goes the other way. And then District 6 in the map we're looking at here, going up into Saddlebrook and Marana, as opposed to in the other map, it just comes straight into Tucson. And I think those are the key differences. There's, as Brian mentioned, as we talked about, some of this population bouncing doing quickly. I think in this map, there's a split in Mojave County that we're just getting population balancing, but obviously we'd rather do that population balancing down in Maricopa where the districts come together. We just ran out of time. I think that's it for the key differences. Oh, and then, sorry, the Gila River Reservation in this, and Akchin. In this map, they're in the Pinal Graham Greenlee district. In the other version, they're in District 7. So the north is largely the same. And then, as we mentioned, we did not do a ton of work in the metropolitan Phoenix area other than population balancing impacts, primarily just out of time. So that, I think is a quick list of the key changes. What we're looking for from the commission again is walking through as each of the changes that we've described in these maps, your opinion on do they achieve the goals of Prop 106? Do they achieve the different criteria requests or the criteria listed in the proposition? And if you're at a point where you want to say, yes, let's incorporate these into our official revised grid map, we'll welcome that direction. As I mentioned, these are not finished versions, just because of time. So we can certainly hold off until the 15th if you prefer to take that way on taking official action to incorporate any of the changes in either of these maps to the official running revised grid version. So, but happy to answer any questions.
This is Commissioner Meal with a really mundane question. Even though we've wiped out the original maps, many of us still mentally think numbers similar to the original maps. And I suspect that the public does also. Can we change the numbering so that it's more similar to the existing maps geographically? Is that an easy thing to do, or?
Definitely not an easy thing to do.
Well, are you talking about just the numbers of like District 2 on the map that I'm showing now currently is District 6?
Exactly that type of thing.
Yeah, so yes, you can do that. Let's see. So in view, you can modify the districts, and here is where you can change the name.
The only caution is that's great. That's why I like these guys.
Yeah, technically, you can do that. I'll let Doug talk about policy here.
Can't we just list that as a change we make as part of our list of changes and then do that? Because I think it'll help us all going forward thinking about it. But I'll defer to other commissioners.
Right. The current district numbers were not intended to say this is District 1. It was meant to be the sequential order of how the grid map was made.
I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
It seems like if we're going to change, this is the time to change.
Yeah, you're right. If you want to make a change, this is the time to do it, definitely. The only thing to keep in mind is we want to be sure the public keeps thinking about we're modifying the grid. And I want to be sure the public doesn't come in and, as you've heard at the hearings already, there's a lot of people coming in and saying, I like District 17 the way it is, or I don't like the District 17 the way it is. And so we want to make sure, you'll have to emphasize to the public, if you make that change, that we don't, we're not modifying the current map, we're modifying the grid. So that's the challenge. If you think that can be conveyed and the public can remember that and keep that context, then we can do it.
I think we have a challenge either way, because
Right.
if we go with this new numbering, it is, I think, going to be very confusing. So, but I am one of 5, so I'm curious what other people think. This is not a major.
Like we're not talking about reshaping districts, which is the purpose. We're just talking about the number of the district. Right.
At this moment. Well, then we'll start reshaping.
Right.
You know what, it's a mundane point, but in some ways it's not, and I feel like deeply conflicted because obviously our processing is faster when we're referencing districts that we know and understand and can adjust. However, we don't want to emotionally attach or intellectually attach to any preconceived boundaries. And so, it's an issue of, are we capable of truly divorcing ourselves from the past if we're referencing similar districts? And, I could go either way, because I agree with Commissioner Meal. It's actually easier for me to process the information as well, referencing what I've known for 10 years, but I also really am cautious about that as well.
Yeah, Chair Newberg, if I could add one thought too, as I'm thinking about this. A lot of this, I think, is formed by, as we look at the rural areas, which is where we spend most of the time, you can kind of see the correlation. I think as we get into Phoenix, we're still in the grid, and the correlation between the grid, most of the grid in Phoenix, and the current districts is very, they're not closely related to the current lines. And a little bit of concern I'm having is which numbers do we assign to which seats? And getting into a problem of, obviously if I was a reporter, I would write, Legislative District 10 representatives are not in Legislative District 10 anymore, even though we'd be kind of randomly assigning the numbers. So as I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking, yeah, it makes sense where they correlate, and in the rural areas you can see that they kind of correlate, but I think we'd get ourselves into trouble in the areas where they don't correlate.
If I remember correctly, in 2000, 10, the numbers changed radically from 2001 to some extent. I mean, definitely the districts changed, and so I think it's our job to sort of start fresh. And so I know it's confusing for the commission, but me personally, but the reality is that it's probably better for all of us at the end if we stay neutrally divided around our numbers.
Well, and in 2001, they actually used letters through a lot of the process, which worked really well in congressional map. It didn't work so well when you got to AA and BB and CC and DD in the legislative map. It's definitely a conundrum that we run into, but it is a challenge.
So it sounds like maybe it's better to rip the Band-Aid off and let's just have to learn new numbers. I mean, if Commissioner Meal, are you okay with that? I'm seeing some nods from my colleagues around you.
I guess I'm outvoted 4-1. Let the record read.
Okay, let's go with these new numbers.
Just, Madam Chair, just for the record, just to restate, we are aware that Prescott, by state law, does end up as District 1, so they will get changed at the end for that. So we haven't forgotten.
So what do you suggest in terms of moving forward with comparing these two alternatives? Because there are other factors besides just the geographic compactness and specific communities of interest. I know my colleagues are also keeping their eyes on things like competitiveness and just looking at racial diversity and things like that. So what's your suggestion about how we dive into really analyzing each of these two proposals?
Yeah, I think as you look at the map and as it was presented, you can kind of see the key steps that you asked for yesterday that we were able to incorporate into these maps. And so it would be useful for you to kind of react to those. Did we capture what you wanted to see? As was mentioned, some of the ripples are not yet population balanced, so I wouldn't worry so much about what's just population balancing as opposed to what key changes that are forced by those decisions. You know, putting the Navajo together and then putting the other and the Apache and Havasupai and Wallapai all together made a big change to the map. You know, there's no doubt. So want to see your reactions to those changes if they made sense. The Commissioner's Meal points, you can see that they faced similar choices 10 years ago, and so the results are fairly similar now in those key parts in the Northeast and East. So to the degree you have reactions, did we achieve what you were looking to see for those different goals in those key areas? We'd love that feedback and your conclusion, if you have it, that met the goals of the adjustments under Prop 106. And in particular, where we have those questions about the two approaches, the Santa Cruz County, one way or the other, the Marana, Saddlebrook area. Yeah, I think those are the two key policy choices driving differences.
I'll follow up with the mundane question, another one. Is there any way we can, I'm having trouble because we're only seeing glimpses of it, right? And is there any way to send that to us? We all have our computers, we could pull those up, and we know it's draft, not to touch or anything, but I'm having trouble seeing the big picture with that and then corresponding it with the changes because you're having to toggle back and forth. And if we had, since we all have two screens here, if we could get that, like the map sent to us for right now, and then we could be looking at your changes at the same time, it would make it easier for me because right now I'm having a hard time saying, oh yeah, I like that change because it's not visible because we're toggling back and forth and we're only getting glimpses. Is that possible to do that this morning where we can?
So I believe that we set each one of you up with an account in the redistricting system. And even though, yes, these are draft.
Right, you gotta get the mic.
Everybody hear me? So yes, I believe that each of you have a redistricting system account, and even though these are all draft maps, I can share them to a group in the redistricting system, and as I'm making edits and pressing save, as you open them, you'll have read-only access, so you can see in real time when you open the map what changes, and then it essentially is yours to save as and you can then make changes or make notes of needed revisions that way. So you can have access right now. I believe we just need to share these maps to the group, and then when you guys log in, you'll be able to go to that specific group and see these plans. These 3 plans specifically, and then as we continue to make additional test versions of both congressional and legislative, we'll share them in the same way, and then you'll have access. And then to add on for transparency reason, for transparency, once we think we get these versions to the population balance and it passes all those integrity checks, our intention is to publish them, and just how we have the citizen submitted plans that are published, we'll have these test versions that are published, and so everyone can see them.
Would that be something we could do? It would just be helpful for me in terms of visualizing it as we're talking.
I agree. What's the Wi-Fi password? How do we get on Wi-Fi here? Just back to basics.
I like that idea to have access to these maps. I just want to remind the public and reassure the public that if the commissioners have access to the maps to study and learn, nobody's going to be communicating with the mapping team to be doing any changes or anything until we could, collectively convene as a public body.
So I hate to throw another wrinkle into this, but could we take a moment to get us all on, because, so we can take a moment to make sure we can all log on while you're transferring that over? Would that be okay?
We're currently sharing the maps and giving you guys access right now.
You know what? I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break at this point, just so the commissioners can all make sure that we're up to date with logging in and accessing the map. So we will reconvene at about, let's say 9 a.m. sharp. back and I turn it over to Doug to guide us through studying these two alternative congressional maps.
So, some very good news for those watching. Not only did we spend the 10 minutes getting the commissioners up on the map, but actually the Timmins folks figured out how to share the map so that everyone watching who's in the redistricting system can do it. So, Brian, if you want to walk through how they figure out how to do that. Rather, how the public would do that.
And by the way, as you're working on that, thank you for your commitment to making it as accessible to the public as possible. I mean, it's very appreciated. The whole state appreciates it.
And I will note, the system is really designed to share like integrity system cleared maps generally with the whole public. So this is kudos to these guys for figuring out how to do this with a in progress map.
All right, so let me share my screen. All right, so I'm going to log in right now with a citizen account. So if you're out there watching, this is what you can expect to see. I'm logged in to the system. You're presented with the 4 templates to start from, whether you're starting from the statewide grid map or you want to draw a focused congressional or legislative district. Open up any one of them to get into the system. And then as we talk about these modifications to the grid map, all you need to do is go to Open, Shared Plans, and Everyone, and you'll start to see the 3 working test map versions that we have, and we've talked about 2 of them so far on the congressional side. They are accessible here, so you can open them, and then, as we zoom into a focused area, you can do so as well. You can also do a save as, and then it's essentially your plan. You can make the small tweaks or large tweaks as you see fit, and then you're able to submit those plans just like you have been able to do the entire time. And then one thing I'll also specifically call out is the RXO_submitted plans group. If you're a citizen, you're in this group in the system. And so what that allows you to do within the redistricting system, anyone that's passed the integrity checks on their plan and submitted it successfully, and we've published it to the hub site, it's accessible here as well. So you can grab anyone's plan, explore it as they've set it up, or do a save as, and then make it your own, resubmit it, and it'll show up on the hub site.
Brian, you said something that I think, I want to make sure I understand it correctly because I think it's critically important. You're saying that the public does not need to, if they're interested in submitting a full either congressional or legislative map, they don't have to do it from scratch on their own. They can start from the map that you just provided to everybody and make adjustments, which I'm presuming is going to be much easier for the public to pass all of those integrity tests.
Yep. So the approved grid map was just that. It was to start us at 0 from clean slate. So the public can start from either the congressional or the legislative grid map that's been approved. They can start their plan from any of the test versions that we're presenting on today, or they could explore different plans in the hub site and see what their fellow citizens have provided and can start a plan from that perspective. Save as and add variables, modify as needed.
And I would just add to that, I'll certainly encourage people to do that. They should keep in mind what they're starting from. So these are, at this point, these are simply the mapping team's test maps in progress. So if someone wants to start from this and revise it and submit a map, they should justify why they chose this and why they think what's here are appropriate changes from the official grid. So they should always, what they're submitting is a change from the current working grid map, not just a change to our changes to that. So I hope that makes sense. If they need to explain both the changes we've already made and just as your mapping team putting a map together and the changes they make, because this is not yet a commission accepted version.
I hear you 100%. We will be moving lines based on the grid map and whatever collective decisions we make. But just in terms of just a little, help from the public who's trying to manage those population, balances, I don't know. I think it's easier to start from something that works.
And I will just add a key point. As you submit your plans, it is very important to let you all know as a citizen what your intention is by filling out the plan description and plan objective. So we have the plan description accessible on this dashboard portion at the beginning of the published plans page. And if you scroll down to the published plan viewer, where it opens up this web application where you can easily add or remove one or many citizen submitted and published plans, we do have the attribute table down here. So we have provided the CD0001 as the IRC ID, the IRC plan name, but we did retain the user submitted, not only their name, but the submitted plan name, plan description, and plan objective, so that it's all transparent, it's all accessible for anyone to see.
And again, just as a message to the public, when I'm reviewing the submitted maps, those who add narratives to describe what your interest is in submitting that map, I find that to be extremely helpful information. So at this point, do we want to dive into the two alternative congressional maps, which are just, again, starting points? We can get into substance, communities of interest, geographic lines, and give our mapping team a little bit of a better sense of how we're thinking about, two very, great starts. Thank you for providing a meaningful template from which we can begin dialogue and debate. So with that, I don't know if everybody wants to pull up the two different maps, but I'd like to open it up to comments and thoughts from my colleagues about what the mapping team has brought to us today. And I can see the conversation going in two ways. One is debating one map versus the other and what most closely represents what we had in mind yesterday. But, alternatively, we can dive deep into one and look at those districts and study and learn from that process. I'm not wedded to any particular method. I'll open it up. I'd like your feedback, colleagues, about the process through which you'd like to dive in and study these maps.
I guess one possibility would be to start looking at, we've been talking about VRA requirements, potentially looking at some of the demographics as we look at each map to see, just from a demographic perspective. Maybe that would be helpful to see how that works for, we've talked about Native American populations, Hispanic populations, just as a thought.
I think it would also be good to talk through some of the things where what we asked for did not get incorporated.
I will say that based on the time constraint, we came back to the table with two congressional versions and one legislative version that we haven't shown yet. If time wasn't a constraint, obviously we weren't able to get to every single factor that would shape these different versions. But I would assume at the end of maybe next week or two, we would have a couple more different versions of each available, or at least in working, so that you can get your take on it.
Just for the sake of efficiency, I'm going to propose a method, and that is that we discuss and debate whether to start from option 1 or option 2 of the congressional maps, and from that, after that decision, dive deep into the content of that map, and that will touch, I think, upon Commissioner Meal's, desire to look at that proposed map and dive deeper into additional feedback we'd like to offer. But to get to that additional feedback, I think we have to agree upon a starting point. And so unless there's disagreement about this, I'd like to suggest that we debate starting from option 1 or option 2. And it sounds like it relates mostly, as Doug said, with the southeast portion of the state, Cochise County, and if I'm remembering which counties are correct.
Correct. The big picture kind of thing we were trying to do in making 2 maps is what happens with really the Catalina Foothills, Saddlebrook area, Marana area, and Santa Cruz County area. I'm sure people have noticed there's also the big change in Kingman, but that was simply the in-progress population balancing. That doesn't drive the rest of the map. So folks shouldn't, obviously want to correct that, but folks shouldn't worry about that being a policy choice that we're representing in the map.
So I'd like to ask my colleagues to weigh in on these 2 maps. What are your thoughts? They're different philosophies, and maybe we can, get consensus about a starting point.
Just almost randomly suggest we start with the 1.1 or the second one. But I don't really care. But then I think I agree with you. Picking one and then doing a deep dive is a good way to go.
Honestly, I'm fine with either one to get started because we can go back and forth if we want to.
We can start. This is Vice Chair Watchman. I'm okay. I agree. Start with version 1. Work from there.
It sounds like we don't have much more direction as it relates to those challenging issues here. I think we may need to study them more. Maybe, this may be a good point. We could either do a deep dive in each one separately, or maybe you could, bring to the commission's attention, the criteria or the things with which we need to think about to make a choice between these 2 maps. Because at some point, we're going to have to make some, deliberative decisions about these geographic areas. So I don't want to we can learn today. I just don't want to make sure that we're not punting all decisions.
Actually, off mic, I was asking Brian how long it would take to do the compare maps feature. And as you can see on the screen, he actually already did it as I was asking him. So you want to describe what it's showing here?
Right, so this is a function that any person that has access to the system, which can be anyone, has the ability to do. What I've done is I have opened the test map version 1.0, and I've chosen to go to the review tab and then essentially open 1.1. You can also compare this with the original grid map and see those differences. But essentially, this is showing the differences between Congressional Test Map 1.0 and Congressional Test Map 1.1. And you can see, just zooming into the Tucson area, the main differences. And then here are your 3 check boxes that you can turn on if you wanted to only look at the differences between the 2 with only seeing the active plan, which is the 1.0. Here's just how the compared plan. So compared plan in this sense is the 1.1 version. And then the overall differences between the 2 where there's differences.
If I'm reading this right, one of the central contrasts between these 2 maps is how we approach Tucson.
We wanted to have the foundational changes where we included all the tribal reservations in the north and in the south to make that modification to the approved grid map. Because, that's a consistent thing that we heard yesterday. So we wanted to make that change. Once we did make that change, then we focused on the Tucson area. So that is the main difference between 1.0 and 1.1. As long as, I believe, Cochise as well, or Yuma, the Yuma split and how it's currently set up.
I would suggest, rather than the first alternative of doing a deep dive in each, maybe us tackling a little bit our thoughts about the Tucson area, because I think that conversation may most efficiently drive other conversations. And unless the mapping team, thinks I'm way off base here, so please chime in.
Yeah, I think looking at these as kind of illustrative tests, not as refined maps, makes sense. Like if you're looking at, what am I looking at here? I believe 1.1, where the map where District 6 goes up into Saddlebrook. It's not quite to the point where it's capturing all of Marana and Oro Valley over the freeway. If you're looking at it on screen, you can see it's a vertical split rather than following the freeway. That can be easily rotated. So don't worry about the precision of where that line is. It's the idea of, do we want District 6 going up into Marana and Oro Valley, which brings 7 farther into Tucson? Or do you prefer what's shown in 1.0, where Pinal is getting Saddlebrook, Marana, Oro Valley, and really Districts 5, 7, and 6 all come together in Tucson? So if you have a preference between those ideas.
I do have an opinion on it, so I'll express my opinion, given that I'm from Pima County. I strongly favor starting with 1.1, but moving District 7 way more into the central part of Tucson and keeping everything north of River Road, which would include then all of Oro Valley, the Casas Adobes area, all the way out past I-10 to capture both sides of I-10 for Marana, and dipping a little bit more up into Pinal, just a little, to capture the greater metro Marana and Oro Valley area, which would include Saddlebrook, all into that District 6. And District 7 then would go perhaps as far out on the east side to Houghton Road to capture the majority of the city of Tucson, all in District 7. And I also think District 7 does not necessarily need to split Yuma. Legislatively, Yuma was split and everyone's been happy with it. Congressionally, Yuma has not been split in the past. So I think that's an option to look at, and I don't have a strong opinion on that.
Yeah, just for the clear record, it wasn't originally, but the current congressional map does split Yuma. Just so we can record there. You can certainly choose to change that if you wish.
And did what I said on the northern swath in the city between 6 and 7 make sense, or do I need to clarify anything further?
No, I think that makes sense. Of just continuing the where 5 would pick up more of the northern suburbs, and they may not let me call them suburbs. the northern cities north of Tucson, and 7 would make up for that by coming farther into Tucson. And you mentioned, did I get it right, Houghton Road is a good goal to try to get over
I think when you go out to the east side, that's a good divider, at least for the moment. I'm sure we'll look at it closer later.
So as part of when we're starting to move things around, can we now start to see what the demographics are in terms of that we've been looking at VRA, like I mentioned before, the VRA issues. So I don't know what it was, and I don't think you did this yet, so that's part of what we could look at today. What District 7 in 1.1 is, and then what District 7 might become with Commissioner Meals' recommendations in terms of the Hispanic voting age population, looking at that.
Yeah, and just so people understand, the numbers that Brian's showing we put on after we drew it. So just agreeing what you were just saying, we weren't looking at the numbers as we drew them. We were more just getting the rough areas. But I believe you can. think it's
So
already
to
on there.
technically accomplish that, we just need to identify the variables that are being shown on the screen right now. I can add them to the I can add them to the table along the bottom, and then I can go in and live and make that change using the two-stage selection, and then we can see in the proposed before any changes are actually committed to this version, we can see the plus and minuses between each demographic variable.
Oh, yeah, I don't think. Are you asking us to make changes, or you just want to see the numbers as they're drawn right now? I think we're just talking about the numbers as they're drawn right now.
Yeah, I think for right now it would be interesting. I don't know what the changes that Commissioner Meal would do to those numbers, but at least we could look at it as you have it right now, just the difference between 1.0 and 1.1. And I'm mostly focused on District 7 since that's what we're talking about right now.
I think my suggestions will improve our ability to meet the VRA in District 7, actually.
If you can show District 7. In 1.1. So if you scroll down, so the values that he's showing on screen, obviously you got the total population, target deviation. So District 7 is a little bit over. It's within that 1% margin. So we're
So the actual the variables in black, those are the 1.0 numbers. The green and the red, the plus and the minus, that's the comparison to 1.1. If you want me to flip those, I would just need to open.
Yeah, can you just open?
Okay. 1 second. What I'm doing now is I'm making 1.1 the main map that we'll be looking at. And then I will open for comparison the 1.0. I'm basically just flipping those. So now the variables that you see in the table are the 1.1 numbers up front.
And have you selected that we were looking at the HVAC?
Yeah, can you highlight District 7? Show that without the comparison, just show the 1.1.
Like that?
You can change the data so it's just showing 1.1, not the comparison. There we go. And then highlight 7. There we go. Yeah, so as you're looking here, so the competitive dem votes, where it says 55.93?
53.36.
Oh, I'm on the wrong row. There you go, 53.36. So that's the Democratic percentage of our combined 9 elections vote. So the Democratic vote is 3% over 50%. That makes sense. Yeah. And so they're actually winning that seat by 7%. So it's a little weird, but so the Democrats are getting 53% of the vote. The Republicans are getting 47%. We've got a 6-point swing in there. That actually is in our competitive range, which isn't really a goal of the seat because this is a voting rights seat. But you can see that's how that math is done.
Can you add the Hispanic percentage population?
Yeah.
And voting?
Yeah. It's actually the next column. It's already in there, Brian.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the system cuts the field names off to just 8 characters. So the ST1519M21P, that's the census special tabulation of citizen voting age population data, and M21 is the cutoff field, but that's the Latino percentage. So District 7 is currently only 39.26%, obviously way short of where the current one is. But what Commissioner Wheel was just talking about, as that pushes more into more into Tucson, it's pushing into very heavily Latino neighborhoods there in Tucson, so that number will go significantly up.
That's one of the key reasons I'm asking for the change. Yeah, I think it's going to be important.
Exactly, yeah. That's going to be currently far short of where we want that district to be from a Voting Rights Act compliance perspective. So the changes it's talking about will also, it'll unite much more of those cities just north of Tucson, and it will get District 7 much closer to the number we're shooting for a voting rights compliance perspective.
And can you say what the M24P, which category is that?
Right, thank you. Then the last, the M24 is the Native American percentage. So this district is actually uniting the Tohono O'odham. I worked on that last night. The Tohono O'odham tribal area. In this version, we do not have the Gila River and Ak-Chin in there. It's the Tohono O'odham and the Askoyaki, thank you, are both completely united. It's both parts of the Tohono O'odham tribe are in District 7.
I'm presuming that some of those changes, though, might then alter the competitiveness analysis, because when you're looking at that as a majority-minority district and the level of competitiveness, and you think about, the Latinos' ability to elect a candidate of their choice, that's something to look into.
It certainly will. The interesting thing of this is, the public's getting a view into the in-progress nature of some of these maps. So you're definitely right. That 53.36% Democratic number will come down significantly. Interestingly, District 6, where we'd be taking that population out of, currently is a 55.93% Democratic score. So that number will drop way down as we're taking those heavily Latino neighborhoods out. So if it works out well, yes, District 7 would, as a side effect, come out of that competitive range, but 6 might drop into it. So that's one of these things where we look at the Voting Rights Act, see how it comes out, and then we take a next step if we needed to see if then 6 could be made even more competitive after we achieve the voting rights goal.
Just as a question in terms of where we are, is it possible to create a 1.2 while we're sitting here to see the changes that Commissioner Meal has proposed and see what impact that might have?
It is an adventure. What you're looking at is about, 7.5 hours of work last night. So I would say we'd make it a very long day. And the other, so we can, and they can look at quick changes, and I think small scale changes we certainly anticipate looking at as this progress goes along, and certainly as we get more refined, smaller scale changes. The challenge is we don't want to get too locked into something. We went down a lot of roads last night, as Brian was saying, and ran into a brick wall and backed ourselves back up and went the other way. And doing that live while things are streaming, the public tends to say, oh, you just wasted my time. Well, it's not a waste of time. It's a very productive exercise, but it might come to nothing. But we can certainly do that fairly quickly and get that available for you and the public to see.
So essentially what I just did is I created a 1.2, did a save as, and then just for proof of concept, I'm going to go ahead and select this entire county as I would want to make this change and add it to District 6. Here I can see in the proposed how that would change. So I'm taking from 7, adding to 6. You can see that it's going to grab the 47,669 people that are in this county and add it from 6 to 7. And then how it would change. So I believe it was 53%, and so now it's 52. And so we can do it on the fly. Don't know how. I'm going to tell me where to exactly click, to actually do it live, but it can be done.
Technically, yes.
Yes.
Technically, yes. I don't know if we want to spend the next 7 hours working on one.
In some of our early discussions, Doug, you'd actually mentioned about us doing the congressional for a few hours and then switching to the legislative. And while we're doing the legislative, some of your team is behind the scenes making some of the changes on congressional. Does that make sense, or was that wishful thinking?
We'll certainly have to be doing that as you go forward in this process.
Does that make sense for today, I guess?
Suppose we could do that, and you could move on to legislative and come back, and we'd have that drawn.
And I also want to, just be sensitive to the mapping team that when we're asking you to potentially play with the system live, we understand that you don't have the time and the bandwidth to come back with perfected products. So the commission and the public understands that it's just a work in progress. And so I just want to be careful that we don't deny ourselves the ability to play and to work collaboratively together out of a fear that whatever is presented is going to be, taken, to literal, terms. So.
Yeah, I guess to Commissioner Muell's point, I think, yeah, if you want to kind of give any thoughts you have on which map you prefer, especially if there is consensus on down in Tucson preferring the idea expressed in 1.1 versus the idea expressed in 1.0, then we could take that and see if we can take that idea one more step and come back.
I think since none of us had a big opinion and we started with 1.1, let's just stay with 1.1 as the base and make our comments from that.
So I'd like to see if we could move north to District 2. If we're just taking a closer look at it. Is this okay, or are we? Okay.
So I have 1.2 open. That's the one that I just made, but it's essentially the foundational map is 1.1. And so what we're going to do as we talk, and if changes are actually made live to this version, one of my staff is going to create that audit log for 1.2 so that we can keep track of all the changes that we're making.
So, Commissioner, where did you want to look?
Well, District 2, and I did pull up the demographics for that. And I am concerned a little bit about the potential. It's a strong, unless I'm looking at it wrong. District 2. I may be looking at the wrong one. I think I'm looking at 1.0. Let me take a moment to see if I can pull up 1.1 now. I'll back off here.
Would you like me to pull up 1.0?
I have 1.0. I'm trying to go to 1.1 since that's what we're working on. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back to 1.1. District 2 has, in terms of looking at the demographics, it has the highest proportion of Native Americans on there from what I'm gathering. But in terms of, I guess just to say the Democratic votes, it's 43% because of how that district has been drawn. And that will not necessarily be a district and that will provide Native Americans with a voice. So I don't know how we adjust that, but it needs to be more competitive than it currently is.
Yes, so definitely see the numbers you're looking at. Doesn't see that. So we do get, by far it's the most Native American. You can see on the right-hand column there, it's 18.59% of citizen voting age population is Native American. The challenge is if you look at the map, and as people are familiar with the area, obviously in Kingman, that's a heavily Republican area. As we pull that back out to the county line, that would help. The challenge is then where to go. And what's shifting the numbers of that is we get the Apache reservations out of Graham County and down there. and then we go into North Phoenix, and that it's the Cave Creek, North Phoenix area. So the question there is, instead of going there, does it come around, and it's really the trade-off between 2 and 5. So where would you want to go? Or that's true. Or do you go more into the Colorado River with it? So
I think it'd be
the
interesting.
numbers you're looking at. The question is where to go instead.
I think it'd be interesting to look at adding all of Mojave County in to that District 2 and stripping out some of that copper corridor and bringing that down. And that may help.
Well, Mojave County is quite conservative, and so adding Mojave County into the district where we would further dilute, I think, the Native American vote. So that's my concern there, is with that. And we could, I know Gila River Indian Community sent a note in their community of interest saying they'd like to be in a rural district. So I don't know, though, how we would do that, but I know that they were interested in that when I read it in their submission.
Let me ask just a clarifying question. What Commissioner Neal was saying. Am I understanding? So you're talking about up in Mojave County, District 2 would come out of Mojave County. Am I right there? And then extend. It's currently as Gila County, but you're talking about extend District. Am I understanding correct? You'd extend District 2 down into Pinal to pick up the copper corridor.
No, I was saying the opposite. So
you're doing the other
right,
way? Okay.
right now, the part of Mojave that's in District 2 is I think it's the Hualapai tribe.
Hualapai, yeah.
And I was thinking adding all of Mojave in, and I think either way you go, it's going to be hard to not make that northern district, frankly, a Republican-leaning district. I don't, unless you draw a very funny map. The northern part of the state is conservative.
I'd like to say something about that, conceptually, as we talk about the lines, and it relates to what I mentioned earlier about looking at competitive districts. I think the question is, how biased is the district, and does the underserved have adequate representation? When I look at the Native American community, they're going to be such a dominant demographic in that congressional area that even if it's not perfectly competitive, I can't help but imagine that they're not going to be represented, that a member is not going to pay due diligence to that constituency. And again, as it relates to Commissioner Meal, with just the rural topography of our state, I think we can try to get it as competitive as possible, but I'm not sure it's going to meet the criteria that would say, hey, this one group is going to be empowered in congressional districts. There's also legislative districts. But the question is, does the composition allow for the Native American community to be heard and to have influence?
Madam Chair, if I could try to address that. I think what we're trying to get to is in particular for the Native American, the candidate of their choice. And so I know a lot of tribes try to attack issues kind of middle of the aisle. And so, but depending on some particular issues, the tribes do have challenges when certain parties are at the helm. And so I think we need to hear from tribes as to, their preference. And so what we're looking at really is what do the tribes feel would be in their best interest and their candidate or party of choice. And so I have seen tribes get feedback from both sides of the aisle, but when it gets down to sensitive issues, like, for example, water, land, I think there's some big challenges in how the different parties look at it. And so I think what we need is more feedback from the tribal community. We've only heard from 3 or 4 at this point. And so I'm hoping, like, for example, collectively we hear from the Intertribal Council of Arizona. I hear they're trying to put something together. But, the issues that Native Americans and tribes do deal with is land, water, programs that are provided by the federal government. A lot of tribes are looking at consolidating their land holdings. As they say, buy back or reinstate a lot of the homelands that were removed. And so, but at this point, it seems to me that we need to get more feedback before I make that decision. But you're right, Madam Chair. But yeah, I think if you look at tribes and what they've considered a party of choice, I would think that, at least from what I've seen in the last couple of decades, is the Democratic Party, for the most part, has provided more insight and more resources. And that's what tribes are looking at, really, more resources from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think it's important that we clarify congressional versus legislative. On the congressional side, I'm not sure the population exists for the Native Americans to be to elect a candidate of their choice. The question is, if it's as close to competitive as possible, will they garner enough respect and attention and focus from their elected leader on the congressional side? The legislative side, the numbers are different, and I think we could have a different conversation.
True, and Madam Chair, I was speaking to the congressional district, and so I agree with you. On the legislative side, it's a different perspective and different picture. Yeah.
This is one more question about the Native Americans. This Commissioner York, Commissioner Watchman question. It seems to me needs of Southern Arizonans are much different than Northern Arizonans. Is that also a perception of the tribes? I mean, does the Apache have different needs than the Navajo and the tribes that are in Yuma? We're trying to strive to put them all in one district. Maybe we need to have dominant tribe representation in different districts. Just thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner York, for that question. Again, this is just from my perspective. We haven't heard enough feedback and comments from our Arizona tribal citizens, and so, but I know we're trying to develop and work from a clean slate. But if you look at the current setup, you have the northern tribes, which includes Navajo, Hopi, the two Apache reservations, White Mountain, San Carlos. You have Havasupai, Wallapai, and the Kaibab. And so those tribes, just from my understanding, have been able to work together and been able to, work with their congressional delegation. On the south side, I think they have different needs and different desires, and so the South tribes, I know, are worried about the border issues. They're worried about and concerned about water issues, and so. But I think all tribes have water issues, and so my sense, again, without hearing from all the tribes, is that you have probably two distinct pockets: the northern tribes and the southern tribes. And so it's for me, it's very hard to offer an opinion as a Native American, for as we say, our brothers and sisters. And so I'm encouraging, and hopefully the tribes are listening today to, submit what they feel is best for them, and as they deal with congressional issues and local issues. So I'll stop there, but thank you, Commissioner York.
Madam Chair, one thought as the Commission's discussing this is the Commissioner Watchman's thought. Nothing focuses the mind and the input like having maps to choose between. So this may be a good point where we would fork on this map and do one map that follows Commissioner Meals' thought of, okay, put Mojave County in District 2 and see how that cleans up, and then go the other way with the second map. And it's interesting if you can zoom in on the Phoenix region here.
Before I do that, should I talk about what I have currently displayed? Because it's set up so that the feedback that you just gave, it would show how it would affect So you can see that I've highlighted all of Mojave County, and if I were to add this into District 2, as District 2 is currently in this version, the competitiveness for District 2 is currently at 43, but if I were to make this change and add the 202,000 citizens in Mojave County, you can see it drops it to 40, so it makes it less competitive.
But you haven't stripped out yet the White Mountain area, which is very Republican, which would go the other way on it.
Right. And if I were to add Mojave right now, it would be adding 200,000 and make it very unbalanced.
Can I also ask, the map 1.0, I actually preferred for District 2. It's still not where I would like to see it necessarily, but I think it was a little bit, it just pulled out really the tribe in there. It didn't include as much as Mojave as 1.1 did. And so maybe we can compare that a little bit, but I'm just looking at that one now, and that just, yeah, that one. It basically just went and grabbed the tribe to try to bring them together. As part of that.
And what was that competitiveness measure?
So that little piece of Mojave isn't a big impact, so it's 44.32. So
Yeah, it's not a huge difference. Well, it is if you add Mojave. I mean, that would be a big difference. But it is a little bit, but basically the main reason to pull that piece of Mojave was really just for the tribe. Otherwise, really Mojave County to me is a Colorado River. I mean, they have a lot in common in that area. And I thought we've had a river district in the past, which has a lot in common. And so that had been my thought, was that Mojave County would keep with La Paz as part of overall river district, taking that one piece for the tribe to try to link them into District 2, just as a start.
And this may be it's actually maybe a good time to give a little illustrative thing of how the different pieces play together. So, which map do you have up right now?
Well, I have the foundational map of 1.1, but I'm currently showing 1.0.
Okay, good, perfect. So, you've got the district as you were just talking about, District 2 as you were just talking about. If you scroll down so we can see District 5, in this map, actually in both maps, the trade-off that we'd be looking at from the other side, if there's the Mojave, picking up Mojave County option, the other way of shifting out of North Phoenix to the degree possible is actually to take 2 down into 5 and pick up kind of the rest, Greenlee County, the rest of Graham County, and then come into Pinal. In this version, we run into a problem as we do that because we end up with District 2 actually being forced to take Oro Valley and Marana and Saddlebrook, which I don't think has any community of interest ties to the Navajo and Flagstaff. But if we do this approach in the other map, go to map 1.1. So your thoughts earlier of 1.1 down in the Tucson area makes sense, actually fits better with what you're talking about for the Navajo Nation and the way these different pieces come together. So in this case, Marana Valley and Saddlebrook are already out of 5. So as 2 picks up from 5, it's not getting down into those Tucson areas, and it's simply getting the Copper Canyon plus Graham and Greenlee, and then coming into Pinal, perhaps even down into Eloy and that area. As we rotate out of North Phoenix, pick that area up. Of course, what this is, you'll see this a lot, is this is going to trigger pushing in and out of the Phoenix area. So as District 1 or whichever district moves north to kind of fill the vacuum created by District 2 in North Phoenix, then 5 is going to have to push. We'd be crossing that county line to bring 5 into East Mesa, which we've talked about. There's some connections, obviously connections between Apache Junction, that area, and East Mesa. And then 4 pushes through 3 that pushes into 1. So you get a circle, a clockwise circle as 2 comes out of North Phoenix and into rural District 5, then 5 pushes into Maricopa County, and you rotate that population around. So, to Commissioner Lerner, what you're talking about trying to improve that competitiveness by getting out of North Phoenix, it actually works well with your thoughts down in Tucson so far of getting that Marana and Oro Valley out of the equation. So this is the kind of circling and rippling you're going to see. Just to make clear, the reason that we would rotate around rather than just do a straight trade between 1 and 2 is that eastern border of 1 is the Fort McDowell and Salt River reservations, which have asked to be a Scottsdale. So we're rotating around that choice and swinging the population around the rest of the way. And that should, I don't know to what degree it would improve the competitiveness, but it's something we could look at and report back to. It would certainly improve the competitiveness to some degree.
My sense is that just listening to my colleagues that with regard to District 2, there's a desire to make it as competitive as possible, and we're not even saying whether it leans one way or another, but that trying to achieve some degree of competitiveness can ensure that both the rural community and the Native American community will get attention. I mean, I think that those are the competing interests, and to be honest, the closer it is to competitive, not focusing on competitive, but it sounds to me like the more those communities of interest may be attended to, and that's the goal.
Another thing that you could look at would be to take District 6 and also move it north and District 2 south, and have 5 not go all the way to the eastern border and have it come down, swinging more into the southern Maricopa a little bit, or really taking up most of Pinal, all of those smaller cities that collectively have a good amount of population in Pinal.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, because we just brought the map up? Do you mind?
District 2 and 6 could end up touching, and the eastern portion of District 5 would then go away, and then District 5 would have to move more out to the west in order to achieve population.
Are you suggesting then that eastern side of District 5 would move south to District 6, at least that lower southern portion?
I think a combination of District 6 may be moving north and District 2 south, depending on what.
Okay.
I'm not sure what really is going to help District 2 on any of these movements.
Actually, Doug, I thought that some of what you said, even though you said that may not work, could work for District 2. So I don't, that whole where you were talking about Saddlebrook and Graham and Greenlee, some of that might be interesting to play with a little bit, that whole scenario you just gave.
Oh, I think Graham and Greenlee, yes. What I was talking about is if District 2 ends up in Marana or Oro Valley down there.
Right, and Gila River, as I mentioned, they actually did comment. The governor said that they wouldn't. I think they would like to be with that group. I just don't know how you do that. But because in their community of interest form they mentioned that to be with District 2. But again, I'm not sure what that would ultimately look like with that. But just some, I think that whole area just needs to be thought about a little bit more, I guess. And that was the main reason I brought it up, is I don't know the exact solution at this point, but I think we just really need to think more about what we do to make sure the Native American population has a voice in a congressional district, so it's competitive. So I know it can't be perfect, but if it can be competitive, which right now it would not be.
That makes sense. And part of there's so many moving pieces anytime you start moving this map, obviously. Commissioner Meals' point about perhaps 6 goes up and takes Graham and Greenlee. I think, in my mind, actually, the driving force of whether that works or not, curiously enough, is District 7. Because as 6 goes up there, it's going to pull more out of Tucson and 7 will come farther in. So it may be a factor. Maybe we just wait and see if that requires 7 to come all the way across, that 7 starts picking up the Catalina foothills. That would be too far from a voting rights perspective, and so that is an excellent option we can have on the table as we resolve the District 7 and the voting rights situation. That may very well be an excellent option, that we would just take that up as a result. Or if District 7 and the Voting Rights Act configurations need 6 to come farther west, then we win. So it can certainly be something we'll have in our...
So you could add Yuma to District 7, and that would increase your Latino population. Good.
There are parts of Yuma, yes, definitely.
The other thing is, and I know I'm not from Tucson, so excuse me if I say the wrong thing, Commissioner Mule. But Tucson is big enough to not just have one district. We want to make sure that they're represented as part of that. So however that combination is, they should have a couple of, they're a large enough city, but that's another separate discussion. And I know that's not exactly what you're proposing.
Yeah, they clearly will have 2. So I was suggesting in my earlier conversation that 7 takes the main body of the central part of Tucson, and District 6 takes the foothills and east side of Tucson. And I think that'll do the best to get us where we need to be on the Voting Rights Act for District 7, and create 2 solid districts out of Tucson. Frankly, one will be de-leaning solidly, the minority-majority district. The other one will be quite competitive, just by the nature of the population.
So just to be clear, because I can't see it on my map, are you talking the southern part of Tucson will be more part of that majority-minority district, and then the northern part will be part of more of a competitive district? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's really outside the city limits. It would become part of the other district, and everything in the city, or most of what's in the city limits, would become part of 7.
The other part, just so you have it in mind too, is in terms of the Voting Rights Act in District 7, the north part of District 7, this map is still essentially the grid version. So it's where it comes north into Maricopa, just so people are aware, it's actually grabbing Buckeye and Goodyear, as opposed to the current district that exists today. It comes in and gets Avondale. And if that change ends up being made, that would also improve the Latino strength of the district and improve those voting rights numbers too. So I think all these pieces, we can see we're going to get there, certainly on that seat.
And it may make more sense to have 7 take Yuma instead of going up into Maricopa. I mean, that's something to look at.
We can certainly look at that without doubt, Commissioner Miller. Taking what's left of Yuma in District 9 is going to improve it a little bit. It won't be a huge jump.
Are you suggesting, Commissioner Meal, to not divide Yuma and to give the whole entire Yuma to District 7?
I wouldn't suggest that on the legislative map, but yes, but on the congressional map, it's a struggle over here to try to get the populations right.
So I would just like to I would just like to I don't know the answer to District 2, but I'd like to have us keep that on our radar as what we can do to make that district more competitive. And so, because I'm just going to remain concerned. I still think that we could remove most of Mojave County, keep it with the Colorado River as one area, just to cut that piece out. But I don't have a complete solution on the others, but I guess that's where I'm leaning right now, is to say keep Mojave County together, except for the one piece for the reservations that are up in that area. And then we can play around and see what else we can do to just get it to a competitive area as part of that.
Sure. No, I think...
Yeah, I share that thought of what Commissioner Lerner's put on the table. You know, we have to figure out how to keep the 7 or 8 tribes together, and I agree that Mojave County does share a lot. It has a community of interest which is associated with the Colorado River. And I agree. You know, I think there's a lot of net migration from reservations, and so the population count is not the best, but as much as we can to keep the tribes. And you mentioned earlier Gila River and Auction. I just read the governor's statement, Governor Lewis, and he basically is stating that they'd like to, on the congressional side, stay as a rural located tribe. And so, how do we join that with District 2? Maybe is something to think about.
Let me ask a question on that. Getting into District 2, as you're kind of looking at, is really hard because you have to get through Florence and Casa Grande.
Right, right.
Do you think it would achieve the governor's goals to put it with District 7? With Tohono and
I would surmise yes. He does indicate that they're more inclined to. Their interest in what they're looking for is more associated with being a rural tribe on the congressional side. So that's something to consider. Yeah.
I have a clarifying question for my colleagues, and I don't want to put anybody into having to define a specific number, but when we talk about competitiveness, I'm just curious what's on your mind about that range. Because when I think about competitiveness, I think about it from the lens of, is there enough percentage of the minority group to demand attention and representation? But we all may have different, and obviously there's the obvious definition of, it's a swing election, but there are different criteria that have different implications for representation. So what's on your mind roughly when you talk about competitiveness?
Well, if I just, the range that we came up with, for me, I wanted that tight range. Remember, I was saying I'd like, 4 or 5%. So I'm looking at our numbers right now that we have, and you have District 5, which is as competitive as it gets in the current configuration, just that we've got, not one that we've been talking about, because it's at 49%. Right? That's a perfect, right? Because it could go either way. But I realize that's not going to be perfect, right? So my view was always within a 5% range, so 2.5 on each side. I realize that's very tight, but that's my perspective. Just to get it close enough where it could go either way, depending on the candidate, right? That's what we're looking for.
Madam Chair.
Yes, but I again just want to reiterate that I think there are two lenses through which we need to debate this. One is, for the sake of competitiveness, to have swing elections where you don't know who's going to win. The other element is there enough balance where all of your minority groups are large enough such that they're attended to? That they have representation, they have somebody they can call, somebody who will fight for them. And I understand that the competitiveness is aspirational. We'll do everything we can to achieve that. But I just want to be careful that we don't lump one competitiveness conversation and apply it to everything, because I think it has different implications.
Well, Madam Chair, I think those are two separate issues. In my opinion, I share Commissioner Lerner's thought of competitiveness, and I know we talked about, I think it was proposed a 6% range, and I was more inclined with something tighter. But in terms of adequate representation, particularly for the minority communities, the Hispanics and the Native Americans, it really depends on the candidate too. And so, I think we can witness in some cases where some tribes seem to get a lot of attention from one party, and then party switch, and then that all changes. And so it really depends. And so, but a lot of the tribal issues that I hear is really a federal government issue. Tribes speak to trust responsibilities, treaty rights, and so it's a federal issue. And so I think, again, it gets back to the tribes and their candidate of choice. And so how do we give them as much attention so that they can select their candidate of choice? And so, but it depends. I've seen in the last 20 years where in Congress, for example, a lot of attention and then next go round, no attention. So it's a tough one, but for competitiveness, I think my goal is to get as narrow as possible. And so from the tribal side, we're hearing from most of the tribes that they have more of a rural interest, and so maybe that candidate of choice has a lot of rural ties. And so, but we don't know what that slate's going to be like. So,
And I'd just like to add to that we're certainly communities of interest are a key element of this. We're not trying to separate, but we want to do our best to kind of pull all of those things together.
Madam Chairwoman, I do think we don't want to neglect spending time on the Maricopa County area, given that that's where so much of our population is. I think it would be worth spending some time looking at those districts.
Doug, do you feel ready to dive into that area right now?
Yes, I think happy to. Just kind of wrap up, I think, where we're at on the rural areas. I think we're looking coming back to you with two maps, one that would take District 2 into Mojave County and then have the resulting ripple out of North Phoenix as much as we can, and then one that would keep District 2 out of Mojave County except for the reservation land and take the District 2 out of North Phoenix and shift it into at least into Pinal and possibly into Graham and Greenlee. Is that kind of like consensus? Would that capture kind of everything that you're looking for?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think you've showed some pretty clear thoughts about the South and about the District 2 and the Colorado River. So that takes us into Maricopa. That sounds good. And just to restate, kind of the changes to the grid that have happened in Maricopa so far are all just population balancing changes to working with the outer changes. We haven't really addressed any direction in map 1.1 at this point. Your thoughts on Maricopa?
I'm going to suggest that this may be a logical breaking point, given that we're going to dive into now the city, the urban areas. So if we could maybe take a 10-minute break, we will reconvene at, let's say, well, 10:20 sharp. 10:17, 18. Welcome back, everybody. And let's just dive right back in. We were about to start working on Maricopa County, the congressional maps. And if I could be so bold, I'd like to suggest maybe we start looking at the West. There's significant growth in the Southwest Valley. There are significant minority communities in West Phoenix. And maybe we could take a look at that segment of the map and move east and north.
Did you want to start off looking at 1.1?
You know what? Thank you for that question. You know, for the sake of clarity and for us just making sure that we're documenting each and every change and suggestion, let's make sure that we're collectively working off one map. And so my sense is we are collectively working off of 1.1. So thank you for that clarification.
Madam Chair, just set the stage a little bit. Trying to bring up 1.1 to the screen. We can even start, farther west if you want to weigh in first on where District 7 is that. I'm currently out in Buckeye, and if you think that makes sense, or would it make more sense for it to come into Avondale, Tolleson, that area?
I love that idea. Let's move from District 7 east.
So just to clarify, the section of District 7, are we going to, that's in Maricopa County, or did you want to go all the way over? Or are we just going to look at that border area?
Currently it actually goes out, it gets Gila Bend and all the way to county line. I think that's probably going to just play with the other changes in the map, unless if you have any opinions about where Gila Bend belongs. But short of that, I think the much larger communities that are going to impact the numbers of this would be the Buckeye, Tolleson, Avondale area.
Well, I'm still concerned that District 7 needs to pick up the community interest in the Yuma area, combine that. I'm sorry, I'm still concerned about District 7 still needs to combine the Yuma population as a community of interest. I mean, it's currently how it is. Right now, you've split it like the legislative district, but my concern is that needs to be incorporated. So if you incorporated that, would you lose some of the northern part of Maricopa County and District
7? Yes, if we can put that.
Because you have a conflict there. You have a rural district with the reservations and southern Arizona, and then you have a very fast-growing Goodyear, Avondale, large population growth, the I-10 corridor into Phoenix, 202, Cardinal Stadium, spring training facilities. So to me, those are more part of some of the stuff maybe in the East Valley. Like, so if we looked at the districts around, if you picked up some of the sports facilities, I don't, that's how I think about it. So.
So the thought would be to pick up Yuma in order and trade it for Maricopa County territory and get out of those fast-growing areas. So then someone can,
you got the East Valley, Queen Creek, Chandler, Gilbert, that's on a fast growth pace, along with the I-17 corridor, now with the semiconductor influx in Phoenix, as well as what's going on out at the distribution corridors in Tolleson, Avondale, Goodyear, Buckeye. Those are my concerns around the communities. If we listen to our tour, I mean, obviously, those markets want to stay together around Maricopa and maybe represent themselves in a sense, but I didn't see how that tied into Yuma.
if District 7 stays into Maricopa at all, you really want to be grabbing some Hispanic area and not non-Hispanic areas, because it's going to be fighting to meet the VRA requirements for District 7 all the way.
Well, based on the demographics for District 7 right now, it's in a pretty good shape. Unless that's, I mean, if it's the VRA district, then yes. Then if that's the one that's going to be there, then yes, what you're saying. But right now, it's at 42%. So I'm just saying if it depends on which one is the VRA district. Yeah.
7 will definitely be a VRA district, and I think right now it was more Hispanic than that in the current configuration. So it's not way off, but a little help wouldn't be bad.
If I'm reading the map correctly, it looks like Luke Air Force Base is split, or that geographic area.
In my opinion, as Commissioner York, again, back to community's interest, I just don't think the I-10 corridor has anything to do with southern Arizona and Yuma. And so somehow we've got to be able to rationalize that.
And I guess I would love to.
Because you have the mountains. And
yeah, I don't remember. I just looked at my notes from the Yuma, from our travel around there, and I know that they're currently in 2 congressional districts now. I know they said they want the 2 legislative. I don't recall, and it maybe somebody, one of my colleagues can remember, did they want to keep in 2 congressional districts? I just don't recall that. I just know, I remember the legislative.
I don't want to say there was uniform feedback, but people were pretty happy with the split and additional representation.
Commissioner, just so I understand, I think when you're talking about they were happy with the current configuration, you're talking about Yuma.
the way I understood it, Commissioner York, again, that it was more based around the legislative district.
That's what I can't recall.
The current Yuma is fully in the Southern Arizona District congressionally. It's split legislatively. It's not currently split congressionally.
And that's what I had thought, but I thought that.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
But I thought that Doug had said they were too. Did you not say that? Or?
But let me pull up the current map just to be sure. Yes. I'm looking at the official map approved in 2012, and yes, it is, Yuma County is divided into north and southern portions in the current districts. They weren't in the districts before that.
Excuse me, this is Parker Bradshaw, Timmons Group. I was here for the listening tour. I'm looking through my comments from Yuma. It seems like a vast majority said a lot is left to be desired between the congressional districts, and they like the split of the legislative. I'll keep reading the notes, but I just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you.
Thank you, Parker.
So I know we want to get the focus more on Maricopa. I think taking kind of 2 key thoughts from what the conversation so far are. One is to look at taking all of Yuma County into 7, especially if that minimizes the amount of 7 that's up in Maricopa. And then 2, heard a little bit and would like to confirm if I understand correctly, is that rather than District 7 going up into Verrado and the Tolleson and the extremely fast-growing parts of Buckeye, to instead go take it a little bit east. If it needs to still be in the area, take it east so that it's picking up Avondale and Tolleson rather than Buckeye north of the freeway. Those pieces correctly for 7? And I'm not saying there's consensus on the Yuma piece, just that's one of the things that commissioners have asked us to look into.
Seven, do we, excuse me, Commissioner York again, do we split the tribes there by not going over to I-10? Let's split the Gila tribe?
Oh, no. So the tribe is completely south.
I know it's south of 10, but how far east does it go? My recollection is the tribe runs along the 60, or no, the 202 loop. Right there. Yeah. So right now you have that it looks like to me it's split.
So Commissioner York, where are you actually, can you just
I'm
clarify
looking at,
that?
well, if you think about the way the reservation works, it runs up along the 303 into the 10 and then out the 202. Not the 303, the 202 as it comes around behind the foothills, the Ahwatukee area, and then runs along the reservation there, along I-10 going south. And if I look at this map down into Casa Grande, it looks like the District 5 takes the tribe, splits it up.
Oh, I see which I'm at. So it is divided. The Tohono O'odham are in 7, and the Salt River and Action are they're not divided, but they're in 5, so they're not with the Tohono O'odham. I think where you're seeing it looks like a split in that northwest corner of 5 is actually where 5 is actually coming up and picking up Levine. It is drawn in this map via the grid. 5 is coming up and picking up Levine, part of Phoenix, and Avondale, and Tolleson. All that's in 5 right now, and quite a bit of Goodyear, if not all, as well. So actually, the north, just to orient people, the northwest tip of District 5 currently is Litchfield Park. Litchfield Park is right now in District 5.
I don't know how complicated this would be, but is it possible to pull up a demographic map of where the Latino community is? Because I'm trying to understand where the population is, where the differential voting is, such that there's going to be a majority-minority district, and how that relates to the growth in the West. I just don't understand those basic needs before we, think more broadly about these lines.
I believe so. How many is percents or total numbers? So what's showing on the map right now is the Hispanic CVAP using natural breaks and the percentages. So the lighter the blue, the lower the percent, and darker the blue, the higher the percent.
So the light bluish green that you're seeing at the bottom, that's the Gila River Tribal Reservation orientation. And then immediately north of that, as it gets purple, blue, dark blue, and then purple, that's where Latinos are a majority of the citizen voting population.
And that's the overlay of the map that we're working on. So if we can maybe expand it to look deeper.
So here is where it's drawing it at the county level. If we wanted to modify that, here it'll draw at the track level. start to get more granular.
Could you go over to Yuma so we can see that where we have that current split, like what the breakdown would be there? Thank you.
As you go up into zoom in on District 3.
I know we've wiped out the old maps, but the current District 7 is the majority-minority district. Where would that overlay, or just roughly, not looking at it? I'm not asking you to map it, but just
Right.
where does that sit right now? Is it more in District 3 or in between 5, 3, and 8, or where does that sit?
You're exactly right. It is 3, 5, and 8. So it's the northwest third of District 3.
9. That's the current District 9, District 7. 3.
I think we should take a look at trying to create a majority-minority district here that probably takes pieces of each of those. I think that's going to be important for us to succeed at meeting the VRA.
Are you suggesting 2 VRA districts? Like currently, we only have 1.
We have 2.
That we have 1 congressional and 7 legislative.
We have 2 congressionally right now. One is the Southern Arizona, and the other is this area.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's, I think we need to carve a district here that we know will meet the VRA, and then sort of work around that, frankly.
Well, that would be that La Alhambra, South Phoenix Airport, Marysville area, correct?
Yeah, so just to give, it actually makes some sense from the community perspective. So obviously the grid did not consider city borders. And so the current border between District 7 and 9 is the Phoenix-Tempe city line. So Tempe's in 9 and Phoenix and actually Guadalupe are in 7. Then what the current district does is it takes kind of all of South Phoenix, and then it gets, I don't know if downtown's the right term for it, but the southeastern corner of Glendale, which is more or less downtown Glendale, and then the southeastern corner of Peoria.
That's the La Alhambra area by 17, kind of west of I-17. So I think that's like 23rd Avenue over to about 48th or 53rd Avenue, I believe, running north-south.
Yeah, and on the north side, it was just zooming on the
I think
map.
it's up to Northern, right, or at Dunlop or something like that.
It gets up, it kind of staggers a little bit, but it's getting up to Northern in some points. And we'd have to, so, and then kind of where the population balancing comes in is on that north side. There's also some competitiveness factors on the 7-9 border. And similar to what we talked about. Once you get to the district that we're confident achieves the Voting Rights Act, then we can see where competitiveness could then play in around the edges of it.
Right.
But kind of, that would be the thought is, does it make sense where the district starts now would involve shifting District 3? The 3 right now is West Mesa, Tempe, and half of South Phoenix. It's following, it's the grid line on the west, so it's 19 is the western border. The thought would be if the communities of interest are somewhat reflected in the current district makes sense, shift that west so that it doesn't go into Tempe, and shift it north so that South Mountain is the southern border.
Yes.
And similar to what happens in this process, I'm talking about District 3 shifting that way. Obviously, this is going to be a huge shift, and it's a big impact.
Population-wise.
Something may circle back around, and the number may change.
But I think establishing that will be really helpful then, and then working from that on some of these other districts.
Yeah, I guess that would be just as we're looking at this and talking about what's there now, I think that's the two big community borders are the Phoenix-Tempe border on the east, and South Mountain on the south, and then kind of work things out from there.
And so what we're talking about is including Glendale, Maryvale, Central Phoenix into this and connecting to South Phoenix and potentially Levine, kind of as that would be a VRA. And honestly, it seems like 8 and 3 would probably, I mean, we'd be doing a little bit of a mashup here with those the ones that we have right now.
Glendale's a kind of odd number because it's an L-shaped city, so I don't think all of Glendale falls into that area.
Right, it would probably be part of it. I'm not sure. We probably have to look at which parts of it, but I think.
Some of it goes in, La Paz area.
Yeah, it just happened to know because we're in the midst of working with Glendale and redistricting their city council lines. Essentially, they have what they call the Ocotillo council district and the Cactus council district. They're kind of the downtown Hispanic core of the cities that have been there for a long time. That makes sense. And that are in the current city. And then Peoria similarly has a similar downtown area. We could look at it if that makes sense.
If you, I'm confused about how far west this is going. If you could, I'm trying to pull it up on my map. If you may be better at it than I am.
So really, if you've got 1.1 up there, really that whole chunk of District 5, the purple on the left, would really come out of this area.
Right.
So 3 would come out of Mesa, 5 would come out of Phoenix, and 3 would pop back into Mesa. So obviously Mesa is still going to have 2 congressional districts. We talked about the numbers there require it. It'll just be, instead of 3 and 4, it'll be 4 and 5.
Would you be taking any of 8, though, some of that? Some of 8, I would assume, would be part of that as well.
Yes, exactly. The Glendale areas we're talking about, I think are currently in 8.
And I think 8 can go out to the west if we've succeeded at moving District 7 around a little bit.
Yes.
And I know we're not there. We're back in town, so we'll go that. But I'm not so sure about the District 7. We've kind of talked about it a couple of different ways, keeping Yuma with 2 or not.
Well, I think Yuma County is with 2 congressional districts, but I think the city limits, it appears to me, looks like it's just in the 1 congressional district with Tucson. Currently.
Oh, the city of Tucson, yes. And actually, to the chair's point earlier, just as we're looking at this, the border of District 8 and District 7 right now, that green and gray in the top left, it actually is Luke Air Force Base. Your point earlier. So all of Glendale in the grid map is in 8, except for the Air Force Base. And the little annexation zone around there. Your point. Glendale is, as everyone's aware, Glendale is very strongly attached to the Air Force Base. So yeah, all that right now, that whole area is all just the grid dictated area. So.
And we haven't talked about our military bases, and we want to make sure that they're represented, and they have, members of Congress that are pulling for them, and us.
Yeah, and in particular that base, because the city has specifically annexed it. So when we're talking about splitting Luke off, we're actually talking about splitting the city. So, yeah, I mean, I think what we're talking about there obviously will result in big shifts of 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and some to 1, and 9 as well. So this may, if you have specific thoughts you want to add to that we should keep in mind as we're doing that, we'd welcome that. It may be that this is a good break point for that, and let's take those instructions and go from there and come back with it and get your input on it. What would be a very different map in Maricopa after that.
So the only other thing I would add, which doesn't have to do with that West District that we're talking about, is the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Community has requested to be with South Scottsdale, Tempe, and West Mesa. And right now they are in District 1. So that would be another area to move around to take their borders, and probably Fort McDowell, but I don't know for sure about them. But just for sure, Salt River sent in something in the community of interest with that specific request.
I think similar to what you saw this morning of starting with the Navajo being put together with the other tribes, you saw the ripple through all the rest of it. I think what we're talking about here, we'll do the same thing in Maricopa. One big step will lead to huge changes in the rest of the area.
And also looking a little to the north, right now it shows Cave Creek and Carefree, and I think Anthem, all part of that northern District 2. And we heard really loud and clear that they did not want to be there. So we need to find a way to move them down into some of these Maricopa districts.
And as we're looking at the maps and we're looking at District 3 and we're moving east, I'm curious about the thoughts of how far east to go. We have Tempe, West Mesa, maybe South Scottsdale with some communities of interest. It merges into Mesa and then, east into more Gilbert areas, south, very different communities. And I'm just curious if there's any thoughts from my colleagues about how far east to draw those boundaries in District 3.
Well, personally, I know that there seems to be, I'm not saying I know, take that back. There seems to be that east-west, old Mesa, I guess, is what I'm thinking, right? The downtown area of Mesa, where that's from there west is very different than as you move further east into what you could say were newer developments over the years. So I would say somewhere in that range of the downtown, probably a little bit further east than that, before I would draw where I would draw the boundary, which is, I think, similar to where it is right now. At least that's my thought, because I think the old part of Mesa is much more aligned in many ways with South Scottsdale and Tempe, and probably parts of Chandler as well.
And that actually prompts a question I have for you, which is, as putting the two Mesa districts together, for the Western District, does it make sense for it to stay in Mesa and go as far east as it needs to get the population number and stay out of Gilbert and Chandler? Gilbert and Chandler would then stay with East Mesa. Or should the Western District be dipping down into Gilbert and Chandler? Because should the Western Mesa District be dipping down into Gilbert and Chandler, or just going a little farther east?
I think it depends. I mean, we have the Copper Corridor to deal with. I can't remember where Apache Junction felt it was most comfortable. Then right now we have Apache Junction in District 5 coming up from southern Arizona, which I don't think was their interest. I do sense, at least in our tour, that Chandler, Gilbert, and south of the 60, in a sense, felt like it needed to be its own district. But it's very much we heard conversations around the Kyrene School District, and then that has the tech corridor down there, and all the things that are going about, in that market seem to be a lot different than maybe north of the 60.
I think it's, again, almost an east-west a little bit on that. So I think, again, if you go a little bit of West Chandler, they probably are going to feel a little more aligned with West Mesa, with Tempe, and then East Chandler, and a little bit further south. Again, the newer portions might be aligned, like you're saying, as part of that. And I don't see Mesa in one, right? That's not what you're saying, Doug, right?
No.
Right, okay.
Yeah, there would certainly be a line somewhere in Mesa where, I don't know what the numbers will be. The West Mesa seat and the East Mesa seat will meet, and they can. And what I would anticipate happening is the question of, as the West Mesa seat is moving east to get to its population number, should it be including Gilbert and Chandler population if it gets that far, or should it be staying north in Mesa? It sounds like it should be picking up. West Chandler may identify with West Mesa.
That's my thought, that it might be a little bit more on that.
West Chandler takes you all the way over to the 10, really.
Yeah.
So that's a weird geography. So it's not very compact.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly where that would all fit in. Just as a note, I looked at my notes on Apache Junction from our listening tour, and they basically just said put them in one district. They seem to want to be more with Santan and Saddlebrook as part of that, which is, I think, what you've got right now. So you have them in that other district as part of it. At least that's the notes I had.
And with Districts 3 moving west, Mesa's going to move west and pick up a lot of population in there also. So you may not have a problem.
Yeah, that's why I was struggling with the numbers. So what we're looking at on the map is 3. 2/3 of that will actually become 4. and what we're looking at is 4 will actually become a good chunk of 5. Essentially, as 5 pulls out of the Tullison, Avondale, the Levine area, it'll come in. So that the numbers will be very different. No, this makes sense. And the nice thing is when we're dealing with Mesa, Chandler, Gilbert, it's all a very self-contained rotation there within what's happening in the outer parts of the map. So we can show you one version, and then it's going to be fairly easy to revise that. We'll just be training between those two congressional seats there.
And it looks like to me that in the current map, the Kyrene School District in Tempe remains intact. That is a very strong desire from that community of interest. And it logically makes sense with that demographic. I also want to comment that I like what you did with District 4 in terms of the boundaries along Queen Creek on the southern border of Chandler and Gilbert. I think that does, in fact, capture a burgeoning, community of interest. That yes, it borders into rural, but it's very connected to the urban hub of Chandler. I want to make sure we protect some of the religious groups in the East Valley. It's a community of interest, the LDS community. I don't know other communities in the East Valley, but there are traditional groups that, are geographically in a compact area, and I want to be sensitive to that.
Yes, I would take that thought to the degree there are geographic issues in the Mesa area with how that line's drawn, certainly. And I would add to that, too, just, we're thinking about the input. We've received a lot of input about the LGBT community as well, and that their input will play in key once we have District 3 shifted. Then we get into the areas that they had particular concerns about.
And my sense is that really taps into the legislative districts, particularly within Phoenix. But I very much want to explore that.
Those are two of the many communities that we would certainly come back once we have this whole shift done. Come back and do a lot of fine tuning.
And I think just in general, at least in the East Valley, I don't know other parts as well, but the western parts of these cities, which were probably our older communities a little bit, are different from some of the newer ones. And I think your point about the LDS community is a good one. I think East Mesa has a big population there as well as in Gilbert. So I think that's very good to be thoughtful about that.
So Doug, out of curiosity, I know that when you look at the population count for Native Americans, roughly, I'd say a little bit over half live off reservation. Reservations, the other half do. Do we have an idea of the Native population in the greater Phoenix area? I'm not sure if they're showing up, but I'm just curious because I know that the the urban Indians are voicing a lot of concern, even though they're categorically represented by their particular tribe. I know that my tribe, Navajo, more than half of the Navajos live off reservation, and so the greater Phoenix area does have a sizable portion of Navajos, and so do we have anything that shows that?
I don't have anything tabulated, but it'd be
Okay.
pretty easy to do, so we can certainly run those numbers and provide them to you.
I guess for me, curious to see how that shakes out, just to see, where many of our natives live. I know in Flagstaff and Tucson and Phoenix, there's a lot have moved to these locations for work, basically.
Yeah, we can certainly get you counts and percentages by count.
Thank you.
And just maybe in terms of what Commissioner York was saying, since we're going to want to be grabbing maybe the Cave Creek Carefree folks back into this this area that might be too big for District 1. And again, I know everything will change down the line, but you could potentially put a little bit more of South Scottsdale into District 3 in that case, for shifting things up and down a little bit from Thomas Road down a little bit, because I think they're also aligned very often with that same community. Just thinking population shifts.
The Tempe market.
Yeah.
But you're going to move 3 all over the place. All right. Brian, that was going to be your view, yeah. So 3 is actually going to go a lot farther east and north a little bit. So I think that's the big change we got to make, kind of like when we talked about with 7 and Tucson, before we can really kind of mastermind Maricopa County.
And just out of curiosity, is it possible to explore some of the competitive data with these districts that we're talking about? We're throwing out a bunch of ideas, and I think how they end up falling as it relates to competitiveness is probably going to be relevant, particularly within Maricopa County.
Certainly. Yeah, we can take a look at that as implement these changes and see if we can take one more step and make some of those changes as well at the same time. It won't be I won't want to kind of distort what we're going to show you about the community of interest requests you've had by a huge revision, but we can certainly take a look, and as we're making the changes, if we can also get it make tweaks that get it more competitive, we can certainly do that. And then give you a launching pad to look at a larger scale analysis of where that might be possible.
Before we end up leaving any of this, can we review, or can you review some of the changes and some of the recommendations and the maps that we'll be getting? I guess this week sometime you'll send them to us for us to look at, but we've had a lot of discussion just in the last bit. So I'd appreciate that, just to see if I've captured everything.
So, Brian, jump in if I miss anything there, and I guess you're taking elaborate notes over there too. So as I've got it, going kind of from east to west, we're looking at getting District 7 certainly out of the Verrado, extremely high growth parts of Buckeye. And if it has to stay in Maricopa, it would go into Avondale, Tolleson instead. If it can come out of the greater Phoenix area completely, would do that. Then as we move east, District 5 currently is getting that Avondale, Tolleson, Levine area. District 5 would pull out of that area completely. The Salt River and auction reservations below them would go into 7. And then
Do you mean the Gila River, not the Salt River?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. The Gila River. Thank you. The yeah, Salt River into 7 would be quite a jump. Thank you. Yeah, so the Gila River and the auction would go into 7. And then 5 would come back into Mesa from the east. That would then allow District 3 to shift and make Tempe its eastern border and South Mountain its southern border. And then we work out where it goes into Glendale, that area, on a population basis. And then in Mesa, we'd work out the border there as a West Mesa district, an East Mesa district. I have a couple notes of if the West district goes into West Chandler, that's okay because they have some similarities. But otherwise, mainly East Mesa with Chandler and Gilbert. And then coming north, we'll see where that current District 3, maybe probably District 4 border ends up with South Scottsdale. Try to get South Scottsdale.
We're also going to look at the school districts as well. You had mentioned before. You can see the unified district here crosses over into Gilbert and Chandler into District 3, so that's something to look at as well.
Then a reminder to look at Cave Creek and Anthem and make sure they're into Maricopa.
Oh, right. Yes, I had that. But yes, definitely Cave Creek and getting as much of that into Maricopa as we possibly can. Oh, and I almost forgot. So that's why I had Salt River on my mind. And then the comment about Salt River wanting to be with South Scottsdale and Tempe, and Fort McDowell wanting to be with Scottsdale.
And I'm not sure about the Fort McDowell. That was one I was uncertain. We have to check with them because I don't know if we've heard from them. But I know I said maybe. But I will say I think that we need to have some of the West Mesa in Tempe, that area that you're talking about, especially with the Salt River, because a lot of their kids go to school in West Mesa. And so we want to keep the Salt River folks. They also have mentioned that their kids go to Northwest Mesa schools. So I did not think of Tempe as being that eastern. I thought that we would extend into parts of West Mesa where they have traditionally had, again, almost blurred boundaries between those two communities. But also, if Salt River is going in, they need to be connected to that West Mesa piece as well because of those relationships in terms of the schools that they've had traditionally.
Yeah, and to your point earlier about hoping to hear from Fort McDowell, that may lead to Salt River and Fort McDowell being in different districts, which they may be perfectly fine with, they may not. It's one more question for them. We don't know. So that makes sense, yes, because that West Mesa will be with Tempe and Ahwatukee.
Haven't heard from them.
In this shift.
Brian, what did you outline there, that yellow?
The current yellow highlighted polygon with no fill, and it overlaps all District 1, 3, 4, 5, and 2. That is the Mesa Unified School District.
So in some ways, it sounds like District 3 is going to follow the river, correct? I mean, a little bit. You had Tempe, South Mountain, up the north-south side of the river, in a sense, because, you take the African-American community density south of downtown, and am I right?
It's probably, I think the border between 3 and 4 will be more the city border, the Phoenix-Tempe city border. Is that?
That's Mill Road, basically. Mill Avenue North.
You know the street names much better than I do.
Mill is still in the central part of Tempe, so you
Right,
have to
but
go
I was
further
thinking of
west.
Phoenix, mentally, Phoenix, Tempe.
That'd be about like 48th Street, I think.
Right, I mean, so
right?
it's the 143 over
Mhm.
the Bochum bypass.
But I thought that you were going to go a little further west than that.
I thought you were going a lot further west than that, actually.
Yeah. Tempe would be.
Well, our VRA district was going to be to District 3. Am I right on that? Or?
Yes, so District 3's.
South Mountain,
Yeah,
Glendale.
it'll have South Mountain, Guadalupe, and then Phoenix. District 3 won't have any Tempe.
Okay.
So I will just mention Guadalupe, and I know we've got lots of time to adjust, but I'll just mention I don't know a lot of relationships on the west side, but I happen to know the east. Guadalupe and Tempe share a lot of resources, and kids go back and forth in school. Tempe Union High School District also extends into Guadalupe. So just in terms of separating them out from Tempe, that congressionally, just a little bit of a concern there because their kids go to Tempe schools.
Guadalupe area is the intersection of 60 and I-10.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can definitely see a community. They have lots of community ties. They have always been separated out, both in 2011 and 2001, and with South Phoenix. But yes, if the feeling is that they would belong better with Tempe, that can be one of the fine things.
Yeah, that can be down the road, just as mentioning it. It may be more important for the legislative when we get there because of those issues. So. The few connections I know I'm trying to mention.
Speaking of which, I think a pretty good marching orders on the congressional map. Are you ready to?
Well, just as a final note, can we, when you do the Yuma one, the District 7, can we at some point, can we get both versions, one with all of Yuma and one with the split? I just would like
And
to
all
see
of
it.
Yuma County, or splitting Yuma County?
No, well, all of Yuma. You all were talking about.
The entire county.
Right.
No,
So
you were talking about the city, I thought, just putting all of Yuma City into District 7,
Well,
I
no,
thought.
I'm trying to shrink District 7 up along the 10 corridor in Buckeye and Goodyear and that, because that marketplace is so different in my head than the greater Yuma County. And so you got to pick up population and lose population someplace. And so that's what I was trying to.
I had thought you were focusing more on Yuma City more than you're talking about the whole county. I guess that's a discussion we have to have at some point about what to do with the Colorado River areas, because I keep thinking of them, in more of a unified way. But we can see what it looks like. I'm happy to look.
Well, if you look at La Paz County, realistically, unfortunately, I've driven down that highway from Blythe down to Yuma. It's very different north of Yuma. It's much more agricultural, farming, very water-dependent area of the state is in relation to where Yuma is primarily driven by the border crossing and the agricultural migration back and forth, either from California or into Mexico. So it's bizarre how different they are.
All right. So, I'm happy to look at it.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to give you some background.
Thanks.
And I think that's definitely the impression I have is the instruction is to look at it both ways. Possible if we put Yuma all together and see what's possible. Maybe.
And again, Guadalupe, when I mentioned that, I might have been thinking legislatively, not congressionally. I just know the relationships.
As you mentioned, the numbers we're talking there are really small, so it's certainly an easy later.
Before we close the conversation on congressional maps, I'd like to ask a question about District 1. You know, it captures me with regard to keeping Scottsdale, Fountain Hills, that north part of Scottsdale together. It goes quite far west. And I guess I'm concerned about those on the western border of that district and if they will be represented. It seems like that demographic is quite different.
opposite of 202 almost. Yeah, that's 17. Right? It's arrow there for a minute. If you pulled it back to closer to 17, say like 32nd Avenue, then you could go north, encompass Carefree and Anthem maybe.
Yeah, I just want to be sensitive to understanding that demographic, that you know, how they're going to be impacted, because it's going to be, it would be a big change if that were to be the district lines. And of course, it would be important to look at competitiveness to see the extent to which a representative would be motivated and compelled to be paying attention to 100% of the population, or, you know, maybe just a small group.
Brian, that northwest corner of that district, is that Wickenburg?
I think they have Wickenburg out in.
9, okay, that makes sense.
So I could see what you're saying, Chairwoman, just to move it over slightly to a little bit more east, because that population would be different. It's probably closer to the Glendale group and all.
And again, I'm not asking to move the lines. I'm actually asking a question because I don't understand that demographic, and I just want to do due diligence before we disenfranchise a segment here.
Yeah, and I think this will be that what's currently districts 1 and 8 will be a big focus of discussion when you get the next set of maps, because the northern edges will have shifted all over the place because of the Cave Creek Anthem issue. And the southern borders will have shifted all over the place because of the District 3 shifting. So they'll look very different than they do now. I just don't know how.
And again, thank you for pointing that out. I mean, but we're really diving in deep, and it's constructive, even if you don't even capture it in the maps, just for the commissioner's sake, to be hearing each other and having this type of deliberation. But we understand that these are very loose lines, and there's a lot of digging deep that remains. So thank you.
I think this was really productive, so thank you.
Is there, before we could take a break, or we could just dive into the legislative segment here, but I'm curious from the mapping team, are there certain districts that you did not hear enough feedback about that you would like us to maybe, spend some time having dialogue?
You got plenty.
I think we have a lot of detail, and there are some liberties that are going to have to be taken into account when shifting these lines to try to incorporate school districts and tribal reservations and the other, ongoing list of criteria. So our goal is to, provide you all with, the different versions based on all the feedback into one.
We can be patient. Thank you. Are we ready to switch gears into the legislative map? And we've been at it for, about an hour? I'm happy to keep going and have a break later if anybody needs a break now. Any thoughts?
I have a question. Can the transcriber, can you hear me? Because I mumble. Okay, just want to make sure. Okay.
I think taking a look at the legislative map and just sort of getting an overview, and then maybe breaking for lunch and then dive into the detail on it might be a good plan.
Sounds good.
Good idea.
That sounds like a go.
All right, so as the legislative version 1.0 loads, out of the 30 legislative districts, I believe we had 3 or 4 that were not balanced. And so this is very much a working copy from last night. And you can see that many of the districts have dashed lines through them, meaning that as we go through, we were locking districts. Once we had it to a point within the deviation, we locked it so that we were unable to pull or take away or add to any of those districts. So we can walk you through the logic, and also with this version, we have the audit log. So everything that we've done from the approved legislative grid map to the 1.0 that we're showing now.
You know what, I'm so sorry. Just before we shift, I want to make sure we're all just very crystal clear. With regard to the congressional map, we are making adjustments based on map 1.1, correct?
Correct.
And from that, you have received that additional feedback, and from there you will be present. Okay. And now on the legislative side, we are starting the conversation with map 1.0.
Correct. So
Okay.
when we were at congressional district, the last map that I had on screen was 1.3. And the only change from 1.1 to 1.3, which we've captured in the audit log, was Commissioner York's recommendation for all of Yuma County to be in. So for that version 1.3, that's one of the key things that'll be taken into account. 1.4, we'll look at balancing Mesa and doing all those other items.
Well, and 1.3 will change more, right?
Right,
Yeah,
right. More than
so-
just the
but I see-
Yuma edition
But I see legal
modification.
Madam Chair, if we could.
I'd like to check in with our legal counsel just to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page here. So please, Roy and Brett.
Given that the commission has been requesting additional adjustments to map 1.1, which was a new map that was made pursuant to adjustments that were requested yesterday for the reasons that the commissioners stated during yesterday's meeting, that we think it'd be prudent for the commissioners to vote on whether they should make those adjustments and adopt 1.1 as the new master map, and then further instruct, as they've been doing for the last couple of hours, additional adjustments to Timmins to come back with adjustments to that 1.1 map.
Thank you for that. So it sounds like at this point, it makes sense for us to entertain a motion to approve moving from the congressional maps 1.1 with the added direction of the feedback from the commissioners. And so is there additional context to that motion, attorneys, or is that sufficient?
Yeah, real quick, Chairwoman. Basically, the vote, as we would see it, is a change from the grid map to 1.1 and affirm that decision this morning. And then the mapping consultants will come back maybe later on this afternoon and get you to basically 2.0. Hopefully we call it that or something different. And so basically all we need to do is reaffirm the grid map to 1.1.
Okay. So with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the movement of the grid map lines to the lines of 1.1, and from that, the mapping team to receive additional direction based on the testimony from the commissioners. With that, I will entertain a motion to approve that.
I move we approve that.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Okay, with that, a motion to approve the movement of the lines from the grid map to the version the mapping team has presented to us of 1.1 with additional direction from the commissioners. I will take a vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, we have a 5-0 vote to move the lines, and we will have a new starting point after you present that map. So thank you very much. And I think that is the better starting point with which we can now address the legislative maps.
Thank you, Brian.
This is a technical question that I've got right now. I have loaded up the your redistricting, your draft map, as far as I know. So I don't know if somebody can come over and help me with the demographics. I can't pull up, I'm still getting the congressional demographics, not the LD demographics, because that's what we're about to look at, is the LD, correct?
Right, so that's a whole different plan. So if you go to
Right.
open and then the group that you've been added to here in the draft map development, you'll see a couple of different versions of the congressional district and then the one legislative district that I'm about to present. If you go ahead and open up that one, then you'll be able to add in the demographic variables and it'll be representative of the legislative districts that we're about to discuss.
Yeah, that's what I've tried. Let's see if, now that you've told me the precise thing to do works. Now, if maybe somebody can come over and.
I'm having the exact same issue. So we don't know how to close the congressional demographics and open up.
I'm having the same problem too.
I am
Okay.
so glad.
How about we have a break until 11:30 while the commissioners work on our technology challenges?
I mean, we can go ahead without it. I was hoping to pull them up, but I know I'm doing,
No, I
I'm
wanted
just
to do
glad
the
it's
same
not
thing.
just me.
So this is still the congressional.
It'll just
but
take a
that's the
minute, I
legislative.
think. Yeah.
I got the 30 mass, but then on here, it's only 9. Yeah, that's the same way. Okay, so.
So here is a proposal for how to manage our time as we're about to shift into the legislative districts. I'd like to get an overview of what the mapping team has. We'd like to entertain a motion to at least approve a formal starting point on the legislative side. And then from that, maybe we could take a break, have lunch, and then come back and do some of the substantive deliberation. How does that sound for the broader team?
Perfect.
Okay, so mapping team, feel free to dive in, and I would just request with my colleagues, before we engage in substantive dialogue and moving any lines, that we make a motion to approve a starting point. With that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
I will turn it over to Brian.
All right, so two things to note. Because this was a working draft last night, or still is a working draft, but last night we were doing a combination of hiding and locking districts once we got it to a point where they were population balanced, which is a feature anyone can do down in the bottom table. I had originally saved it last night with the lock feature on, which was why originally some of the districts had dashed symbology. I have unlocked all of them just to not cause confusion between like a comparison, and I'm now saving that. So if you reload the map, nothing will be locked. It'll all be open, just as we've been doing the congressional districts all morning. The second key point is, by default down here in the bottom right, it's an unlucky coincidence that it defaults to 10. We're looking at 30 legislative districts. So the 10 districts it's showing by default is unassigned, and then 1 through 9. If you just change that to 50, you'll get unassigned 1 through 30, all accessible in the table. And you can then add in the demographic variables, key election data, and then be able to see all 30 legislative districts as they're being worked on. Any questions about that before I jump into what we actually did for the districts from the grid map?
Please continue.
So here is the audit log for the Legislative District 1.0 plan that we are showing. Some of the beginning IDs, the beginning steps in our workflow, was taking into account those foundational changes, like trying to not split up any of the tribal reservations. Also taking into account specific, the comments about the Copper Corridor and Gila County, and consolidating reservations in other legislative districts. So here's a step-by-step of where we're currently at. I would imagine that if we had time to finish this or get it to a more population balanced version, we're currently at 31 steps. We'd probably be around 40 or 50 steps, just for transparency for everyone to see our workflow and how we approached moving census blocks from one district to another. Specifically, those first steps between 7 and 6. I'm going to switch over, focus on those as I talk about them. Here is 6, and you can see that we took the commission's recommendation, or a comment by the commission yesterday, to essentially start maybe outside and work in, whereas the grid map initially looked at the township median and worked out. So you can see that we connected Navajo Nation, came along the east side and down, and connected those, the Apache and other tribal reservations, all into one legislative district. And I think that was a pretty important comment that was made yesterday. And then next, we looked at Flagstaff to Verde Valley. And to do this, because 6 and 7 shifted so much in our workflow, we made the comment that we essentially unassigned it from a district, so that we kind of put it in a bucket where we were, it was waiting to be assigned. So then once we had 6 shaped the way that it incorporated the tribal reservations, then we looked at, looking at 35 and 7, how those would then be impacted by the shift. the rippling effect, essentially. And so you can see that we have those unassigned, and then steps 6 and 7, we move them back into the new legislative district 7. Then we looked at Copper Corridor, then Wickenburg. Doug, do you have anything to add other than me just reading the table?
No, so it's nice. Once the 6 and 7 rotation had been done as he described, then we had kind of southern non-reservation portion of Gila County, which went very well with it doesn't get all of the Copper Corridor, but it ties into Pinal along that corridor. And then 5, over there, which is the Prescott seat right now, then was short on population. So we were trying to avoid coming down into Anthem any more than it already did, because obviously that's a goal to minimize how much is coming down. So instead we came down out in Wickenburg, because we actually did have public comment commenting on Wickenburg being tied more to, maybe not to Prescott, but to the parts of Yavapai County right across the line from it. You already talked about the Tucson changes?
I did not.
As he's getting down to the details of that, so obviously having pulled 6, so it's now the Navajo and Apache reservations that pulled it out of Cochise. So we're left with what to do with Cochise County. So District 19 moved from being kind of the blob Cochise, Santa Cruz, Tucson over to be Cochise.
And then for this version, which is the only legislative version that we had going on, we did include Santa Cruz in 21.
And also the tribes.
Can I confirm, I'm expanding the map, is U of A in District 18?
I don't know that we didn't change 18 other than playing around on the edges for population balancing, so I haven't looked at it in that.
Look like it's an 18.
Yeah, I would say that anything with a target deviation of 0, we actually didn't pull from. So 17 and 18 didn't change from the grid map yet, as of yet.
And you're right, it's good. And 20 didn't change either. So 17, 18, and 20 are the grid districts in Tucson still. Everything rotated around it as we put the reservations together.
Yeah, any of the counties that have 0 or 1 as the target deviation, we didn't change yet.
And then the other big changes are the Yuma. Putting in the Yuma split. So as we put the Tohono O'odham together with Gila River and Nak-Chin, and then when there was requested to follow as we discussed, to follow the legislative split of Yuma as much as we can. It's not the same split as Yuma in Yuma because of the limit on what we could pull District 30 in there. But we did try to follow that split. And then there's the connection where 23 really is just building a bridge to get the rest of the population. Legislative is different than Congress. If you try to take the legislative district from South Yuma and put it with Tucson, you don't quite get there. because the legislative districts are so much smaller. So instead, it comes up into Maricopa and gets the rest of its population there.
And you can see where we left off last night. District 22 is 85,000, so probably 60,000 over the 5% over target deviation. So that would then, affect 30, 29, going further into Maricopa County toward the township median into 22. 22 is the yellow that I highlighted, and it needs population pulled from it.
Yeah, essentially, 22's got all the extra people right now.
Right.
Well, but it goes too far east, I think.
Yeah. Well, and it's 29 just northwest of it is short, so 29's got to come in and pull people.
So 29 could potentially take close to 20,000 people from 22 just for population balancing. And 23, it's within the -5 to 5%.
And the other one, this is kind of, you can see in progress and you can see where it's going to go, especially after all our earlier discussions today. But District 14 is also short. So there are people in District 22, the yellow district, that need to get into District 14, the white district out in southeast corner of Maricopa County. So that District 14's got to grow into either 10 or 13. 10 or 13's then got to grow into 9 or 12 or both. Those two have got to grow into 8 or 11 to get to 22. So you can kind of see how that population is going to walk through. We can see the logic where it is. We just didn't have time to get that done. And given the conversation we had earlier about the congressional map, we need to do the similar conversation about the legislative map, where right now South Phoenix is really divided between 22, 8, and 11.
But there's a certain portion of 11 that wanted to be included with Maricopa, as opposed to South Phoenix. Remember those conversations? You have the Kyrene School District, which is a big part of it. There's some other things.
So you can see where it would be, but given how much change is going to be there, whatever population amounts of changes we showed you, we're going to get completely redrawn.
The other thing we'll have to consider here is the majority-minority areas around 11, 8, 22, 24, 1, 12, and 9.
Precisely.
I also see that we'll have to come back to looking at the Yuma area and the split in terms of majority, minority, and representation in that.
I'm also looking at District 11, where South Mountain is, and looking at the communities of interest north of South Mountain and the communities of interest south and east, and how much they have, together.
Well, or don't
It seems
have
like
together.
a very disparate group here, but I'll need to look into it.
It is worth noting, I don't think we mentioned, as we were working through this, the other piece is that as the District 6 got redrawn, we do end up with a Colorado River legislative district. It goes from Utah all the way along the counties and then finishes with that division of Yuma.
So just like the congressional foundational change that we made to 1.1, in the Northwest, we included these reservations into the neighboring district of District 6.
It is right now we're just really taking a first look, and we'll break for lunch and come back and talk about the line moving. But is there a certain approach, Doug, that you would recommend? I mean, 30 districts over 9 is a lot more, and just in terms of organizing us, so this isn't some random free-for-all that, we can't even keep track of things. Is there a certain procedural process you recommend?
I think the idea would be to just focus on the big questions that did you raise and asked us to address in this map. So the Navajo, Apache, unifying those areas, does that make sense for you? Uniting the southern tribes in 21, and actually we put Santa Cruz County in there as well. Does that make sense for you? And then if anyone looked at the grid, districts 15 and 16, that was like abstract art was how those tracks came out in the grid. So now we've got a much more compact split there. Oh, and I almost forgot. And then the Verde Valley Flagstaff is another big picture issue. If you can address those today and give us guidance on that, the rest is all kind of working things out. As was just mentioned by Commissioner Lerner, I think District 23 is kind of a work in progress pretty clearly. So I wouldn't worry about trying to fine-tune that.
22, I think, is a work in progress.
And the Yuma to, where does it get to?
23 is the Yuma one.
Yeah,
that's a work in progress too.
Yeah.
Well, and then did we address the copper corridor needs from the community of interest standpoint?
Well, that's one of the questions. We'd welcome your feedback on that 15-16 switch, which includes, to your point, the copper corridor effort we put together there. But right now, 23, I was going to mention, it's Yuma to just the fringes of Buckeye. So that's a work in progress. I don't know that makes a lot of sense.
Do we have a question from council?
Real quick, just so that we're keeping everything on track. So yesterday, the commission gave guidance to the mapping consultants, and this was the result to the best of their abilities based off of time frames as well as the action. So the idea right now is that did the mapping consultants take your guidance to the best of their ability? And is this now 2.0 or 1.0, I guess, however, 1.0 for the legislative district maps? Then you vote on this, then you'll be able to come back and start changing it. Okay, so here's a simple question. Did the mapping consultants do the best of their ability, what you guys asked them to do yesterday?
You got it. I think we're ready for a vote. I think that's council's signal that we're ready for a vote. Okay. That's yes. Is this a starting point? Did our mapping consultants come back and incorporate our feedback and provide a map that starts as a good starting point? And for sake of clarification, it is legislative map 1.0. So I will entertain a motion to approve this legislative map 1.0 as a starting point from which we will engage in dialogue and move lines.
Madam Chair, we have 29 assigned districts. We don't have 30, so in this version here.
No, I did the same thing when I first tried to implement their change. Down in that in the data view, if you go down to the bottom right, you actually have to pick 50. If you pick 30, because it counts unassigned. Okay. So it's showing you unassigned in the first 29. If you change that to 50, then you'll see all that. Lots of little buried programs called Easter eggs.
This is Commissioner York. I move that we vote for the approval of 1.0 on the legislative maps provided to us by the mapping consultant.
Vice Chair Watchman will second that motion.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, we have approved the legislative map 1.0 as a starting point from which we will have further deliberations. And with that, may I suggest that we take a break for lunch and we can reconvene and do do a deep dive into the legislative maps. Is there a time estimate, maybe 30 minutes? Is that good for everybody?
Let me say 12:30.
Okay, 12:30, liberally, 45 minutes. Gives everybody time to look at their email. All right, we'll see you at 12:30. Thank you. Forward, I see our mapping team in place, our council, I'm getting the thumbs up, and so with that, I'm going to reconvene the meeting, and I'll turn it over to Doug again to help us do a deep dive into the legislative map. And it was legislative map 1.0.
So, thank you. So we gave you a little introduction before the lunch break to the map, and happy to see the commission reviewing and voting on those big picture issues, the kind of key principles that we incorporate in this map. So now, ready for the next step, which is let's dive into any thoughts in the more rural areas that this map has triggered, and then in particular, where we haven't had a lot of decisions and discussion yet in the Tucson and Phoenix areas. Welcome any comments and direction you have. And to the degree that, it's kind of the same issues and communities that we discussed in the congressional map, of course, we can just repeat that if that's your desire. I don't know if we want to start, maybe we start with Tucson?
Yeah, and if my colleagues would like to maybe just, kind of run through the five of us and maybe share some feedback, or we can certainly start with the outer parts of the state and work in. I think either is an appropriate starting point. Any preferences, colleagues? What would you suggest, Doug? Do you suggest that we work from the outer in with more of the communities of interest, minority districts, Native American, Latino, et cetera?
Yeah, I think we've captured quite a bit of that in that first set of directions. That was largely an outer circle revision map, as we talked about it. And it's something we talked about when we were presenting it. We really just rotated around Tucson, and the 3 seats in Tucson haven't been touched. They're still the grid seats. And same thing in Phoenix. The core of Phoenix, we've only touched for population balancing. And most of the districts in the middle there, we haven't touched. They are still the grid districts. So unless there's some concerns on the outer edge that haven't been raised before this, I would say let's jump into Tucson and then move to Phoenix. See what you think.
Tucson works.
Could I just, the only thing I'll mention is that one area in Yuma, which I said right before break, but that we can come back and take another look at that Yuma, San Luis. It's grouped into one now, and then looking at it from last time, they did have 2. A little bit weird configuration, maybe, but just something just to think about. And then move to Tucson. I'm just happy to do that, but I just wanted to mention that because I mentioned it briefly right before the break.
We can certainly take a look at what we can do there and where we can go with it. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the lines in Tucson. Yeah, Brian's got them up there. We can zoom in a little bit more. You can see there's a lot of jagged lines along the edges. That's all that perfect population balancing that the grid involved. Where it's taking a block off the main road, this north or south and all that, that's just getting the numbers to exactly 0. Those aren't any community of interest or other considerations being taken into account there. I know there had been a question earlier about the University of Arizona and whether that made sense where it is, or if that neighborhood should be moved, or if you're happy with the map.
Oh, we can promise you we're not happy with the map. It's better than the grid map, sort of. Yeah. I suggest we start with Southern Arizona, looking at what are probably going to need to be 3 majority-minority districts. There are 3 today, so I'm assuming they're likely going to need to be 3 ongoing. And starting on the south, having Santa Cruz County be the keystone for one of those districts, and then it needs to move up north and pick in at least a little bit of the southern part of the metro part of Tucson, I think. But it can move going up on the it can skirt around Green Valley and move up on the west to get up into Tucson. And exactly how, I don't have any idea. And then there needs to be a legislative district that really is South Tucson and the southern quarter of Tucson. That probably needs to be different than what any of the districts you're showing right now are. And then another district that would take in some of the western Hispanic areas of Tucson and then go out all the way to Yuma and take in that southern half of Yuma, frankly more similar to what the current district does today.
Is it possible to pull up the Latino overlay on this map in the Tucson area to see where the population is? Because I'm struggling a little bit in the legislative districts to know where everybody lives. I'm not from Tucson, so.
You want to look at total Hispanic count or citizen voting?
Citizens voting age, please.
And on the northern side of Tucson, you really need 2 districts, one that would take in all of Marana, Oro Valley, Saddlebrook, and likely then go up into Pinal, and the other that would take in the main foothills area and then swing out to the east side and take in the Houghton corridor, similar to what a little piece of that congressional district did.
Commissioner Meal, could you just mention the numbers of the districts that you're talking about as well? It would help me just in terms of locating what you're talking about.
I'm not sure how to quite do that. It's part of my problem with the map. But I'll give it a try.
Are you north of District 17? Is that what
District 16 should come go west of the freeway in Marana. And District 17 should get rid of everything south of the river, but swing out to the east side of town and pick up the Houghton corridor, which is a north-south corridor on the eastern. Right now, it would be shown probably in, I don't know if it's be a little bit of 18 and a little bit of 19, but it's out in that general area.
It helps. Thank you.
And what are your thoughts, Commissioner Meal, of District 17 with Catalina, Foothills, Tank Verde, some of those communities that express some common interests?
That's where with District 17, I was saying get rid of the piece south of the river, but extend it to the east and pick up the Houghton corridor instead. And it may have to pick up a little bit to the west all the way to the freeway too. There's no reason to cut that prior to getting out to the freeway through that stretch. But to get enough population, it'll have to pick up on population on that east side.
Just looking at 17, just for clarity for me, because again, I don't know Tucson as well. Are you thinking that the north-south, that the southern boundary is okay, the border?
No, the river should, the big river that goes through there, which you sort of see the squiggly line, should be its southern boundary, which, and then it'll pick up part of District 18. So 18 would come up into there, but District 17 also should go at least all the way to the freeway north of the river, which picks up a small chunk, but a decent population. And then that District 18 would shed some of what it has on the east side. And then even the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base really makes more sense to connect into District 19 with that aerospace corridor, defense corridor. These legislative districts are going to take more than one. We're going to take multiple rounds to work our way through there. It's hard to, you know, we have a long way to go, so we're going to have to chunk our way to victory.
No, and I do think that what you're talking about in some of the northern districts, they were asking for some of those areas to be connected with Marana or Oro Valley, places like that. That's what you're trying to do there, right?
I don't think on the congressional, it was Marana, Oro Valley, and that northern foothills district. I don't think legislatively that'll work as one district. I think it needs to be broken in two. But the northern district, District 16, should include all of Marana and not have the freeway as an artificial break, because Marana goes on both sides of the freeway there. And District 17 will have to slide around to that east side to pick up enough population once it sheds that central Tucson population. And you'll have a much more cohesive community of interest, both for District 17 and for District 18. Right now, District 18, it cuts right through the entire university area is straddling 17 and 18. The university itself is barely in 18. But that's a big community of interest there that's being cut by the way that this map is. So when you take all of that area south of District 17 into 18, you've got a much more coherent community of interest. And then just take that east side of 18 and some of 19 over there to get the population needed for District 17.
What do you think those moves do for majority-minority districts in those? Because right now, 18, I'm just looking. Well, I guess I don't know enough to be able to speak to what they're doing. So I'm curious about your thoughts.
I think that your district, well, that's why I was saying my first comment was to take District 21 and do it quite a bit different with La Paz County and then an arm coming up into the southern part of Tucson as a district, and then having a separate majority-minority district that would sort of be a reconfigured District 20 then. And then 21 would be a majority-minority district, but it would go out to Yuma. It would shed some of this northern stuff it has near Marana, really shedding all of that and getting out to Yuma.
So that would be part of what we've been talking about, potentially taking a piece of Yuma and put it in there.
And I know we've wiped out the old maps, but the old districts 2, 3, and 4 should at least be looked at when you're looking at how to reconfigure this.
So to be clear, Commissioner Meal, so U of A would remain, once it's altered entirely in District 18, is that what you're suggesting?
Yes. And it would really be a big part of the central area of Tucson would be in District 18.
And would the stronger Latino districts in South Tucson, would that then be in District 18 or 20?
It would be, I believe, more in District 21 and the La Paz district whatever number that ends up being. I don't know if I'm creating an extra district in here or just if you have to reconfigure.
Commissioner Meal, you mentioned La Paz district. You mean Yuma district?
La Paz County, or not La Paz, Santa Cruz County.
Oh, that's
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I want to be sensitive as we're discussing these Tucson districts, to be sensitive to the Latino community in South Tucson, obviously as it relates to the majority-minority district, but also just, city politics and representation.
And that's why I refer back to the old map, because the Santa Cruz district, District 2, and the South Tucson district, the old District 3, and the District 4 that went out to Yuma, I think all have some merit that we can learn from as we try to meet the minority requirements in this whole southern part of Tucson.
So those would be what we now see as just 19, 21, and 23. I actually pulled up the old map so I could look at what you were talking about compared to 2, 4, and what was the other one that you mentioned?
And actually 19 needs to stay pretty intact. So it really is taking 21, 23, and change the map. And it's taking 20, 21, and 23, and maybe a piece of 19 and reconfiguring it. Very western piece. This will take more than one go around to try to get it right, but I'm just trying to give at least some guidance.
And I'm curious, and we don't need, a specific date. I'm curious how competitive these districts are. I'm just curious what the composition is.
Yes, actually, as you were discussing, I had the same question in my mind. So I pulled up the numbers, and the 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, actually, I guess it's 16 through 21, are not very competitive. So 16 and 21 are currently 45% to 55% seats. So they're 9.5 to 10.5% swings. The others are all much larger. I think the others are all, roughly speaking, 60-40 or 70-30. So as you're talking about changes, we're not disrupting anything that's currently competitive. As these changes evolve, hopefully we'll.
My comments can't make it any worse, it sounds like. So.
Commissioner Meal, I think that's an important point. And, the legislative districts, when you look at competitive analyses and things like that, they tend to be more extreme. There aren't as many, competitive legislative districts. And it's going to be complicated looking at communities of interest and balancing that. But that's something that I think we all want to, take a look at to ensure those minority groups. Again, it's one thing. I mean, we may have differences of opinion about what a competitive spread is. There's competitive, and then there's, such a huge discrepancy that the minority group is going to be marginalized, and there's a lot of room in between. So. Even if we can't get all of the legislative districts, as competitive as possible, I think more competitive than what they've been is something that's good to aspire to.
And I would add to that, I think we need to get more equal population than what we've seen in the past. We have a swing in legislative districts of almost 19,000 people from the largest to the smallest of the current districts when they were first created. You go back and look at the last commission's data, and we should be way under that, way tighter. I heard the 5% plus and minus for these first couple of go rounds. That may make sense, but as we get closer to a final map, these legislative districts shouldn't be more than a few percentage points off. We're not going to get them to one person like the congressional, but it should be way closer to equal population. And we shouldn't be setting a target of a big percentage variation.
And I think that is clearly our goal is, and this is a good example to look at if you zoom in on those Tucson seats. Our goal is to get as close to zero as we can without doing things like you see on the border of 17, 18, and 20 right now. You can see all those jigs and jags. That's what it takes to go from about 0.5% to zero. So without going to that kind of extreme, the goal is to get it as close to zero as we can within all the other directions and decisions without zigging and zagging quite like that. That makes sense in Tucson. If there's other feedback, of course, we welcome it. I think Commissioner Mills dead on, which is this is going to take a couple of rounds. Because, as you said, as you just discussed, none of these seats are in our competitive ranges. Only one of the 6 districts we're looking at that we're talking about right now are majority minority, and so we've got a lot of steps to take through this process.
Can I get? Go ahead, please.
Back to the Tucson area, I think I recall some comments about the legislative district and including the two districts or the two tribes, Pasquayaki and Tohono. I see Pasquayaki is in a separate district than TO, if you will. So I think that's 20 has the Pasquayaki and 19 has predominantly the Tohono Nation. So
20 and 21, exactly right.
21, okay, yeah, 2021, yeah. And so, but I recall there were some representatives from the community, I think from both tribes, in fact. So they're in different districts right now.
Doug, if I understood you correctly, just based on the synthesis of our feedback, it sounds like what we're imagining would not at all come close to honoring our responsibility as it relates to majority-minority districts on the legislative front. Does it make sense for us to, before we convene today in this particular area, to go back and study more where the minority populations are and to tweak it? Or are those adjustments that you're feeling that you have enough data and those will be tweaks that will not be that difficult down the road? I'm a little confused.
I think down in Tucson, I think Commissioner Mills kind of captured why the grid is so different than the current lines in terms of those and changes that would more orient the grid districts to match those communities. And then up in Phoenix, it's very similar to the issues we discussed earlier today, except that instead of moving one district into that area bordered by Tempe and South Mountain, there will be multiple legislative districts in that area, just given the relative size of the different districts. So you're right, we have not redrawn this map yet to try to reach those Voting Rights Act compliance goals, but it's a pretty clear path to get there.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're moving in a direction that is productive and we're not going to have to backtrack. Thank you.
And that's why I referenced the old maps, because I think, again, we have things to learn from those, even though we're not using those as a base.
And if I could add, again, back to Tohono and is it the Swarita area, south of Tucson, where the casino resides. I'm not sure how much of that is tribal trust land, but it does parallel the freeway there, and I don't think it's included in well, it's in 19 And I guess the question is, should it be considered in 21?
If you create a Santa Cruz County district that then comes up north, that can take in that whole Tohono O'odham Nation and keep that all in a very coherent legislative district that then we'll probably need a little more population, and you can pop into South Tucson slightly with it. But if you can combine Santa Cruz County with the Tohono O'odham Nation, that's a real good start for a legislative district.
So in following your lead and just looking at last times, just for points of comparison. So last time, they were actually in a district very similar to the one that's been drawn, right? They were in District 4. So it's kind of similar to that. So I think there's lots of ways to move around these lines to try to accomplish what you're talking about.
And actually, one of the things you'll highlight, and this goes to the point of this is going to be multiple rounds of getting this right, is in the current map, it's interesting because it looks like the Tohono O'odham are in a Tucson seat because the Tohono O'odham are so close to it. But that seat really has no Tucson population. It's just the Tohono O'odham Nation. It's not the Pasco Yaqui. The current map actually divides the two. It's really Tohono O'odham with Yuma. So the questions that have been raised about how do we tie Yuma, Tohono O'odham, and Tucson together, I think will be one of the big questions we'll have for you when we come back with a new map. How do you think this worked out? Should this be revised? Hard to predict how those moving pieces come together with the other elements. I think that's not a fine-tuning. That is something that we can't do at this point because there's too many moving pieces in Tucson right now, but we can certainly come back to that, ask your guidance in the next round. Only slightly over a week away.
Other thoughts on this Tucson-centric conversation? Should we move to Maricopa County?
Maybe we move to the northern part of the state, work our way towards Maricopa.
Okay. Is there feedback, Doug, that you would like from us as it relates to the northern part of the state in particular?
I think the main question up here is, depending in our minds, is District 7. Obviously, we put the Verde Valley with Flagstaff. The kind of the next fine-tuning step, here we may be ready for the fine-tuning look, if you're ready, is where exactly to draw the District 5, District 7 border. Here we've got it definitely close to Mayor and the cities along the 17 corridor. Is that too far over? Is it certainly not going to be too far west? But did we go over too far, or is that about the right boundary to follow there? The weird, for those that don't know the area really well, that weird foot on the bottom of District 7 is the weird foot on Yavapai County. So that's not capturing community, or I don't even know if there's any people there, but it's just simply following the county border between Yavapai and Gila County.
You've put Flagstaff in with the Verde Valley, but that's taken it out of District 6. And because of that, you've then taken District 6 way down south and picked up the whole Copper Corridor in rural areas that don't want to be part of that northern district. And I thought Commissioner or Vice Chair Watchman had encouraged Flagstaff to be part of the Navajo Nation district, that was more compatible than going down south. So I would ask that question.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard with some of the Flagstaff comments. And so if you consider putting Flagstaff back in District 6, I think there was questions like around Winslow, and then, let's see, I won't say of course, but Snowflake, Solo, Pine Top. Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think there's a lot of what I heard, Coconino County and City of Flagstaff share a lot of common interests with the Navajo Nation and Hopi too. So, but I'm trying to recall the feedback that I heard from the southern part of the district, which I think included areas south of Holbrook down to Snowflake and Sholo, Pine Top.
I think to do that, you'll need a thinner edge on that eastern side in order to get into the Apache area. And I do realize it poses an issue with Verde Valley, but Verde Valley, we heard very vocal opinions both ways on being a part of Flagstaff and not being a part of Flagstaff. And I don't think we can solve every one of these issues, but I think the Navajo Nation combining with Flagstaff is an important start for this northern area. And is better than having that Navajo Nation district go way south into the areas that don't want to be a part of it.
And I agree about some of what you're saying, but I do recall, and just looking at my notes, the Verde Valley folks were pretty firm on feeling, the majority of them seemed to feel more connected to Sedona and to Flagstaff. I think their big concern was just not being connected. They're basically, don't put us in with Prescott because we just aren't connected to them. So I don't know how we work that, but I realize we can't do everything, but I do remember that was a pretty strong point that we heard from a lot of folks, and in the submissions, the community of interest submissions as well.
I agree that we heard it. I think we heard the opposite of it also. But if you can figure out a finger to make it work, I'd like to see it. But I really think that the District 6 going as far south is a real mistake. And I think not combining Flagstaff with the Navajo Nation is a real mistake.
I agree. I think the west border of District 7, you mentioned Doug, Mare, and kind of what line do you take north of Mare to draw that line? And so I was hearing there's a big mountain range in between the Verde Valley and Prescott. There was reference to maybe that's the dividing line, but that could be Mare going straight north. I think that's what we did. That's what this map shows here with the highway.
So just as another question to go with how I certainly think, the whole thing with Flagstaff there is, I think it's something we have to look more closely at. And maybe, Doug, Dr. Hanley had looked at some of that in her data analysis. I'd have to go back and take a look and see if I could figure it out, but you'll be much faster than I. What was when she took a look at the Navajo Nation, if we put all of Flagstaff in versus East Flagstaff? Because we know East Flagstaff, I remember Commissioner Watchman has said that many Navajos live in the eastern part. How would putting all of Flagstaff impact Navajo, for example, being able to elect their own representatives if we moved all of that?
Definitely a significant impact. I think when we were looking at this last night, I think we found that if Flagstaff's with the Navajo, then the Apache can't be. Yeah. So.
Well, that's what I was thinking, that we have the Apache part of District 19. Isn't Cochise and Graham, or Greeley and Graham, aren't those are the Apache counties?
So the Apache, yes, are largely in Graham, but they're all, and also in Navajo and Apache counties and Gila County. But it's those two reservations down there. If you put Flagstaff in, you can't get them. And that's where Flagstaff has a large Native American population, obviously, but not nearly as large as the Apache reservations do. So you're going to impact those, Dr. Hanley's numbers.
Are you saying that because of total population? That you have too many total people?
Right, as a share of the population, obviously.
But you're shedding if you shed the southern part, you're shedding non-native voters. And frankly, you're shedding Republican voters. And you're gaining a more Democratic Flagstaff that's more likely to vote for the minority candidate. So I think you're going to improve your VRA analysis. I don't know what the total population, if the total number is a problem.
No, you're exactly right. Losing the non-reservation part of Graham and losing Greenlee would improve, certainly on that front. The end result is that if the Apache are with the Navajo and you want to get Flagstaff in, then we're going to have to split Flagstaff. Part of it would be in and part of it would not. So I don't know
because the total population?
Yeah, because Flagstaff is so big.
That's part of what I was looking at right here along the east of District 7. Right now we have this strip connecting Apache and Navajo Nation. So if we end that and had District 19 come up and grab the non-reservation area, I mean, that would give us additional the ability to add portions of Flagstaff, but I don't think we can have all three in one without splitting.
And to Brian's point, essentially what you'd be doing is going, the line between 6 and 7 would be east of St. John's. So St. John's would be in 7, and you'd just be picking up what's east of St. John's in that corridor.
And splitting Flagstaff may be a better solution. So I would encourage us to at least look at that. And maybe you can solve the Verde Valley problem because they can be a part of Flagstaff and yet create a district that's a better majority district for the Navajos with part of Flagstaff and shedding the Copper Corridor. So I would encourage taking a look at that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, I think earlier, east part of Flagstaff does have a large population of Navajo, so you can get that part of Flagstaff and then cut the District 7 line, move it closer to the Arizona-Mexico border, and bring it up 6. May have enough people there.
Well, and if we split Flagstaff, then we can do it in a way that lets us keep.
Yeah. And I think it's split right now, isn't it? Isn't it split right now?
Pardon me?
Isn't it split right now? I think if you look at I don't have the map in front of me.
So I think it's very carefully carved around.
Okay.
Part of what I really like about this conversation is I find Flagstaff to be perplexing. In some ways it can fit nicely in the rural Native American areas, and in some ways there's pockets that are quite urban around the university. And if there are natural marks in which it could be split, with different communities of interest, I think that's actually a really good idea to explore, provided that the communities of Flagstaff can in fact be divided into logical, groups with like-minded people. But I think that's something to really, really explore.
And I'll agree with that as well. I think this concept of splitting it might work. Putting Flagstaff this allows potentially to put Flagstaff or parts of it with Sedona, Oak Creek, the Verde Valley that we heard. That was their interest, and then have the Navajo Nation with, looking at my notes, with the Wallapai, Havasupai, Kaibab, Paiute, San Carlos, and White Mountain Apache, and have a district in that area as well. So you have, and then that might include East Flagstaff, like we're saying, which would be logical. So there's definitely some playing around that could be done that could help that. And and trying not to pack too much into one also. I mean, I kind of don't want to have, trying not to pack, I know we say it'll be more Democratic or more Republican, but I'd still rather see us, if depending on balance on everything else, if we cannot be having districts that have these huge numbers on either side. Can't always happen, but we can try.
And just for perspective, just so folks know, one of the reasons this is such a wrestling with the challenge is that the current district that nominations in is, I was just looking at numbers, is short by 20%, 19%. So that's the challenge you have to figure out is how do we get that population in there without diluting.
Give them more Flagstaff.
Yeah. And the other piece too, I mean, if we're splitting Flagstaff, then we may not need that District 7 to have that eastern arm. You know, it could be that all of Navajo and Apache County could go into that district. Take a look at that.
I'd be careful with that because the whole White Mountain area does not want to be a part of that district. So.
Okay.
But it may be really difficult because you've got the Apache, and there's going to have to be a way to make that contiguous.
Yeah,
so
there's got to be a connection there somewhere.
Yeah. So I understand, but something's going to have to fall in there. And actually, if you look at the boundary of District 7 right now on this map, it does a pretty good job of getting most of those in a different location, but not once you move it around. Once we start moving those boundaries, it'll change again.
Yeah, just so folks know that the east edge of District 7 is the county line. And then the reason it kind of jogs around in there with jigs and jags is it's following the reservation borders. That's the non-reservation part of the county is going to 7, and the reservations at the north and south ends of the county are going to 6.
There's also, Doug, a small reservation community right south of Payson, the Tonto Apache. It's a tiny reservation geographically. So, but we're talking reservations. There is the Tonto Apache, and right adjacent to Payson. So that'd add one more reservation. Although I think the population is relatively small.
For clarification, on our suggestions, what did we end up suggesting for Graham and Cochise or Greeley County?
So at this point, I believe that the goal is to take the non-reservation portion of Graham and mainly out of 6. I don't know that we have direction in terms of trying to put it with 19 or with 16.
I would try to put it with 19, and then you're going to be playing with 16 a bunch anyway.
So putting both those counties into 19, that's 48,000 people that we could then look to over here and play around Flagstaff.
It's a nice big project for us to take on and try to sort out those pieces. We'll certainly happily do that. Come back to you.
And nobody discussed reaching in at all to Mojave and the Western Star western part of the state. I'm just curious with my colleagues in District 30, as it's carved out right now, I'm presuming it's an extremely biased district on the R side. And maybe, I mean, that's a huge community of interest, and it's something we ought to be thinking about in terms of keeping communities of interest together, although weighing the fact that some of them may be extremely biased with registration. And I'm not saying I'm opposed to that. I mean, when we're balancing communities of interest and a state like ours where, the population is so bifurcated, that may be necessary and appropriate. I'm just bringing it up.
Based on the numbers that I'm looking at, you're correct. District 30 would be the most biased. Then District, at least the numbers I'm looking at, 29. I'm sorry, 5 would be the next one.
And again,
those two.
I want to say I'm not opposed in and of itself when it's respecting communities of interest. What I think we do need to study, though, within that District 30 is if there are specific communities that will be disenfranchised because of that, and if those communities rise to a population level that a significant enough group is not going to be represented. And that's something, I know it's complicated, but we need to look into.
You have, as far as the community interest, as far as districts, you have the Yuma Air Base and Luke Air Base. You could basically, that goes along the boundary of 30 and 23, to create another district along there that would be like-mindedness as far as those two communities. And then for me, I would still making the argument that 23 goes too far north as a Maricopa.
Right, and I think that's part of the instructions we have, which is to look at, instead of 23 going up into Maricopa, look at bringing it east, Pima County, perhaps to Delano. That would address the Yuma to Maricopa piece of that.
Just out of curiosity, because we're focusing right now on one district that's very unbalanced, are there any other districts here that are extremely unbalanced on the left?
There are some. Looking at at least from the numbers I'm looking at, and I may be wrong in what I'm looking at, so please correct me, but I see District 24. There's 3 or 4 on the left and 3 or 4 on the right, basically is what I'm seeing, where we're in the 30 to 40% range of that. And so District 8 is unbalanced on the left, then District 10 on the right. You all correct me if I'm wrong. District 14 and 15 on the right. District 24 on the left. District 29 and 30 on the right. Those are the most unbalanced. There are others that are in the 60%. I was sort of hitting 70-30s. I think are really unbalanced.
And if you currently look at the target deviation percentage, the column to the left of that, because this is such a work in progress, 29 is 13 percentage points under. So, target of trying to get within 2% total, like 1 over, 1 under, that's going to shift. And you have 22, which is 26 percentage points. People need to come out of there. 14 is 32% under. So those are the 3 main districts that still need to be balanced population-wise, and then the ripple effect from that balance.
And adding to that, we were talking about that District 29, 22, and then as Commissioner Lerner was mentioning, 8 and 24, 2 most heavily Democratic seats. That's the whole South Phoenix area that I presume the Commission's going to have the same goals that we discussed at the congressional level. So 8 and 24 and 22 are all going to be fairly radically redrawn.
Well, 11 also, right? I mean, South Mountain
Yes.
Park. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, 11's at the south part of that. So that whole circle of districts that are unbalanced now will be redrawn for community of interest pieces first, and then probably still be fairly unbalanced, but we can take a look then and see if we can fine tune without losing those community of interest goals. But at this point, trying to look at taking 8 and 24 that are overwhelming them and blend them with overwhelming Republican seats wouldn't get us very far because we're going to redraw those seats.
You know, as a commission, we shouldn't be surprised that with 9 congressional districts and 30 legislative, that it's going to be 3 times as hard to get the legislative right. We should do the best we can today to move it forward, but it's going to take a bunch of work and a bunch of iterations going forward.
Yes, but also the philosophical discussion and debate amongst the commissioners about how to balance those gross discrepancies with registration, with protecting communities of interest is a valuable conversation because it's going to be something that we're going to come back to for weeks. You know, it's this balancing of, you know, as discrepant as the numbers become, more and more minority communities, and I don't mean minority ethnically, I just mean minority as in they're outvoted, are going to be disenfranchised. And it's just a huge balancing act. And again, I don't presume they're going to be disenfranchised. Maybe they're comfortable because they're living in those communities and they have huge commonalities, you know, with their neighbors. But it's something we're going to have to continue, you know, to kind of struggle with. And it's something we're going to, you know, the conversation in my mind is, even though we may not be moving a line right now, it's still a productive conversation for us to conceptually, you know, get to agreement about what our ultimate goal is.
I do have one specific question for the commission in the Phoenix area. If you can zoom in on District 4. Just the way the grid ended up, if you look at District 4, this is Anthem, New River, and then it goes out into the hills and comes back in to get Fountain Hills, Paradise Valley, and Arcadia. Like I said, this was a grid creation. My presumption that I'd be curious with you is, at a minimum, to either move District 3 north or south, so that instead of wrapping around District 3, we divide it into 2 pieces. And related to that is Fountain Hills, a different district than Scottsdale, is an unusual approach. So I don't know if this won't be very impacted by the South Phoenix pieces, which is why I bring it up now. But rather than having a C shape, I want to see if the commission shares that concern and would prefer. It's an easy just 3 versus 4 swap. You just push 3 north or 3 south. But I want to see if that is something that makes sense.
So 3 goes as far north as where?
So you just push 3 all the way up to the county border.
Right. Okay, so that takes in Anthem and Carefree and Cave Creek, is that correct?
Exactly.
That's the way I would do it.
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at that one when you said, here's a question. Because I was also looking at the fact that at the southern end, we want to be working with South Scottsdale and Salt River as well, and Tempe and all those. So I think that definitely things can be moved around in that area as well. And the Cave Creek Carefree folks have been pretty clear, as well as the New River folks, about where they would rather be in terms of those connections with, well, not New River, I'm sorry, Anthem.
Yeah, as it stands now in the grid approach, it does achieve what they asked for. They are with Maricopa County and with Phoenix, but they're actually not with North Scottsdale, but they are with South Scottsdale. Just the way the grid falls out sometimes, but it's very odd. And the reason I bring that up now is that it is essentially independent of the much larger changes we're going to do down in South Phoenix area. We can do them all. We can do them both to some degree at the same time.
And I know we already looked at the overlay, right, with the Latino voting population. Did we want to take another look at that again to see for the west side? Because I think we did it with the congressional, but might be interesting for us to look and see how that works with the legislative configuration that we have with the grid.
You want to see further west?
No, I'm just thinking we need maybe a close-up if we're looking for the majority-minority districts, and we've talked about them on the west side to some extent, because we've talked about some in Tucson, some on in the Phoenix area, not only on the west side, but throughout. It might be good to kind of take a look and see where that falls.
On that map, number 2 is South Mountain Park. It's on a previous map.
Yeah, and just to give you the city references we were talking about before. So, make sure I'm getting this right. So the southeastern part of District 26, I believe, is Glendale. Over, and then continuing west, continuing east, of course. So we're really looking at
24.
24, 20, probably part of 26. How far, let's see where that border is. Oh, Bethany Road is roughly the top of 24. You're really looking at D11, District 11, 8, 22, part of 1, 24. And probably getting up into 26 and 25 as well.
I'm sorry, Doug, can you go through those again?
Sure. Yeah, so starting from South Mountain, you got...
So South Mountain, the actual park is right there, 0.03, okay.
Yeah. I just wanted to number the numbers that he read off. I was just wondering if you don't mind repeating those.
Sure. So starting from South Mountain, it's 11, 8, 22, a little bit of 1, 24, 26, and 25. And the current map, no surprise, again, this is the grid at work. Kind of does just what you want to avoid, which is it's a whole bunch of districts, each taking a piece of the concentrated area we're just looking at on the screen, and then blending them with areas outside of the concentrated areas, which is everything the Voting Rights Act is against. so that's why we need to essentially wholesale overhaul this whole section.
And we had already talked about District 11, that north of South Mountain and the south are different communities.
Well, the people in District 11 wanted to be part of Maricopa. Remember, Ahwatukee wanted to be included with Maricopa. They felt more rural than Maricopa, town of Maricopa.
Yeah,
It's across the Indian reservation.
Exactly. It's a interesting challenge. Definitely. I think that once we come back with this redraw, then we can take a look at whether that
Yeah.
In part because.
Well, I don't see how we can do that in congressional, but maybe we could consider somehow to do it with, at least including the Kyrene School District with in the legislative.
Well, I think that would be part of the challenge, is because the Ahwatukee folks are in the Tempe Union High School District and Kyrene, which is not going to be connected to Maricopa. So it may not work.
Kids, but don't the Maricopa kids go up to
Some of
Kyrene
them do.
because of the fact that they're allowed?
Yeah, I think they go, they're allowed, right? It's not their school district, but some go up to, I think more often the high school. I think they go up there. But I think it would be tough to break off. I mean, we'll play around, of course, but it'd be tough to break off Ahwatukee from.
Yeah, I don't see how you, I'm with you. I see our dilemma.
Yeah, I would sympathize with the request of the folks to put the two together, but at the same time, you would then be taking the Gila River reservation and putting it with Ahwatukee, which is about as far from being rural as you can get. So it'll be a trade-off, but it's definitely something that I would suggest we wait until we see how 11 and 8 and all these are redrawn.
Oh, I would agree, yes.
So the other area we haven't really talked about, in part because it's going to be massively impacted by things to the east and the west of it, is the West Valley and the Glendale area, that whole West Valley region. As was mentioned, as Brian mentioned, the current District 29 and current District 22 are significantly off from population balance, so it's not a good guide to work from. But if you do have thoughts out there, 25 and 28 are still the grid maps, as is 27. So if there is any specific guidance or specific things you remember from testimony in the West Valley, people wanting out in that area, happy to incorporate that as much as we can.
I don't actually have anything on the West Valley, but we might hear some more Thursday from folks. But a question on the District 14, I know we talked about that we were going to extend the boundary over there. Are we going to try to pull in the rest of Queen Creek into that rather than be it's part of it's now in more of a rural, and then, part of it I think is also a component of the Copper Corridor area. We talked about that already. I just am double checking to see if is that part of your reconfiguration? Is it where District 14 ends?
It's District 14 certainly not going to be able to get to the Copper Corridor.
No, I didn't mean it to go to the Copper Corridor.
Okay.
I meant it to the boundary. I don't know where the actual boundary, is that the boundary of Queen Creek that's laid out there?
No, Queen Creek is actually a cross-county city. So part of it's in Maricopa and part of it's in Pinal,
Right.
and so we're cutting it at the county line.
Okay, that's right. I remember you saying that. Sorry.
Yeah, but 14 should it not include Queen Creek? The other question I had was, in my head, 23 needs to drop down below. With some population moves down south into Tullison and into that below the I-10 corridor there. You said you were going to move 23 a little east to pick up population. So
Exactly. Yeah. The goal is the test that we've been asked to draw is to, instead of coming up into Buckeye, to take 23 over towards Tohono O'odham. And so that would take that area out of there.
Are there general other areas that would be helpful for us to give feedback? Are you wanting any feedback on the East Valley? We've talked about the north a little bit.
The East Valley is very similar to the morning discussion about the congressional maps, just more districts. The one twist that having more districts in the East Valley brings is that instead of really focusing just on the north-south division between two congressional districts, now I think we have good guidance on kind of how to decide north-south divisions, but we'll also have east to west divisions because there's 4 or 5, or possibly even 6 districts impacted in that area. So if you do have guidance at this point on what makes a logical east-west border between those districts, we'd welcome that, or we can just see where the numbers fall out as we sort the other things and get your reaction at that point. The commissioners there was some touching on the legislative districts this morning when you're talking about congressional, about Chandler and Gilbert being separate, which is possible to do legislatively to a degree, or congressionally, obviously they couldn't. We do have some thoughts now, some direction.
Can I ask a question? We've talked, one of the things we heard from a lot of folks was about retirement communities. I was just going through my notes from our traveling tour. District 28, is that Sun City? I'm calling it that right now, but is that a Sun City district? I mean, I know that they were talking, because that's what we heard about from some of the different communities like Saddlebrook and Sun City, some of those saying we'd like to be with other retirement communities.
So it's part of it. So there's the 3 Sun City communities. There's Sun City West, Sun City, and Sun City Grand. The Sun City West is in District 29. It's that top green kind of half bubble, 29. And then as you go, you're correct. As you go into 28, then you get into the others.
You incorporated those 3 Sun Cities together and pulled down 28 in towards I-10. Will that give you some population balancing? I'm sorry, 29 towards I-10.
It's a good question. It's certainly something we could look at if trying to put the 3 Sun Cities together, or 2 of them. I don't know what the numbers are.
There's 3. You're right. I was surprised you nailed it.
Oh yeah. The numbers I don't know the number of people in each one, but we could look at that.
It might just be moving them around a little bit, but between 28 and 29, that's where you've got the majority of those
right
folks. Yeah, that seems to make,
that
kind of seems to make sense because that's part of what they were.
Yeah, it's an interesting take because historically the Sun City Grand, it's part of Surprise, or Sun City West is part of Surprise, and there was a desire for the 2 to be together. But the nature of Surprise is the character and types of neighborhoods in Surprise have changed so much over the last few decades that what people felt were the community of interest out there 10 or 20 years ago has likely radically changed. You can certainly take a look at that and see how they react.
So basically, this map is going to be completely different the next time we see it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, probably the biggest change over the last 10 years, just in the nature of communities out there, and I have no idea how they feel, and I don't think we heard much about this, is North Buckeye now is essentially one community of interest to some degree with Western Surprise. So that is different than 20 years
ago. There's a Verado development out there also. It's part of that.
I thought we had heard something about Old Town Scottsdale being combined with Tempe, the ASU area. And that's not the way it currently is here, and I don't know if that's possible or not. But I thought we had heard testimony to that.
I think we were looking at South Scottsdale. That would be part of taking that D4 edge, I think. which includes Salt River, and then South Scottsdale with that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think all those general economic, cultural, and social connections that were discussed about that South Scottsdale, Tempe, Salt River area in the congressional, certainly we'll keep those in mind as we work on the legislative as well.
I don't know where Luke Air Force Base has been in the past in terms of legislative representation. I see it's now in District 5, and it seems to be a main point within that district. I'm curious how that works for that group. Does that maximize their representation or not? I'll do research.
If I had to guess, I would guess they'd be pretty happy just because right now, what we're looking at in the congressional map, the congressional grid where Luke is cut off from the rest of Glendale is in this map too. So, oh no, I'm sorry, is in the current districts, the map they adopted. So Luke Air Force Base is actually in the Yuma seat.
Well, that has to do with the Yuma Air Force, the naval base there, Air Naval Base.
Interestingly, it's not the Barry Goldwater base Yuma seat. It's the other one.
Oh, jeez.
The Yuma Proving Ground, right? That's part of what it's.
Right. I think it was just got picked up as they went along and just hit the number. But I suspect they're likely happy, but it would be good to hear from them directly. And it's also likely, too, that the Air Force Base will get more of the entertainment, new growth, West Glendale pieces put with it as we redraw 26 and 24 in the South Phoenix region.
I'd like to be cognizant of where the military bases are, where the defense industry is, and make sure we protect those communities of interest in Arizona that I think has been a big part of our state. In Tucson area with Raytheon.
Check with Brian, these guys. I think we have pretty good directions. Any questions? Hard to hear him through the mask, but he said he's got a lot of notes. So we got a lot of to-dos.
If you feel that you have enough marching orders, I mean, I think the 5 of us could probably sit here for hours and just debate every little specific area of the state, and it would be fun and maybe productive, maybe not, I don't know. But I want to be respectful of everybody's time, and if this is the juncture that you feel that you have the right amount of information to come back and provide meaningful maps, we don't want to go overboard. I mean, we want to hit the sweet spot here. So what are your thoughts on that front?
I think from yesterday to the map voted on this morning, we made a ton of progress, and I think we now have directions for another ton of progress. So I think we're good to go. And as with the congressional maps, we'll try to get the maps out in plenty of time so that the commissioners and the public have the chance to react and comment to them prior to the next meeting, to the next December. Already jumping to December, to the October 15th meeting.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. Do you think we could get it a few days in advance then? It'd be easier if we were able to really dive into it before we came.
Yes.
With some of that. So if we could get it 3 days at least, 3 days in advance, you think?
Certainly our goal.
Okay.
And I think we should be able to. Never say never with any of this stuff. But,
Yeah, and if you could give us just instructions with next steps. This was so incredibly helpful to get the invitation to share these maps that you're providing. And so it sounds like next steps are going to be that you're going to adjust these maps, then come back and share with the commission and the public. When will we know when the maps are ready? And it sounds like the process is to access it the same way we just did today, through the shared maps section of this redistricting hub. Is that correct?
Yes.
So will staff alert the commissioners as to when that's done, or what just, I mean, so we're not constantly going online checking. It'd be nice to have a sense of what to expect.
Certainly we'll work with staff to get the word out and to the public as well. So we may do a press release or Twitter message, or I don't know. Now I'm getting into things I have no idea. They know that stuff. But they'll certainly get the word out both to the commissioners and to the public at large.
And do we have access to, you've been keeping track of all the changes on a spreadsheet. Do we have access to that, or is that just something, because it's hard, I mean, just to look at, read only. I'm not looking at, I just was wondering in terms of that.
Yeah, so my suggestion is, and we go in, and Brian, if you have challenges, is for each of the maps that the commission votes on, if you vote on a legislative map and a congressional map today, we'll publish the list of changes involved from the grid to that point. Kind of our working list is very much a kind of working mess in progress. I think it would be more confusing than anything else. But yes, each time we can give you a summary of changes. It's probably not the detailed list. But certainly when you vote, we'll take the maps that you vote on and publish those as voted maps, of course, and then give you whatever guidance we can.
Basically, what we'll receive before the next meeting will be the revised maps based on your changes, 1 or 2 versions of each. We probably will get a couple of versions, right? And we would also get a summary of the changes?
Yeah, it'll be a summary in some form. We'll work out what form makes sense.
Right, so today, legislative version 1.0 and congressional version 1.1 were approved. So the list of ongoing changes that we haven't added to since before approval, these will be shared, and the congressional 1.1, these will be shared. So you can see the steps we took to go from grid map to being approved for these next round of the draft.
A point of clarification. So when these perspective maps are published for our review, I think we need to be clear with the public that these are not approved maps. I mean, that's just slightly concerning for me that we're publishing or advertising maps that are really your creation just based on, very valuable feedback. So I want to make sure legally that this is sound, as long provided that we're making very clear to the public that these are not approved maps.
If I could weigh in on that, Madam Chair, I think we'll just have to be very clear in the wording and where we're posting this about what, the maps actually are. So, maps based on suggestions you made during this meeting, but not adopted or approved maps.
And I would add to that too, and Brian, correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but there's a difference between the two types of maps. On the redistricting hub are published maps. So that's all the maps that residents have submitted that have passed the checklist and are population balanced and all that. These maps, as we're working on them, since they're not population balanced, they don't get submitted and published on that page. These are simply kind of the interim working steps. So they won't appear on the published maps page because they're not population balanced yet. They're just these interim steps. Am I correctly? Some maps residents will actually have to go in the redistricting system to see, or we might be able to post a PDF, but they won't be on all those fancy interactive tools we have for the published maps.
Okay, excellent. We look forward to those maps when you have them. I know the commissioners would love, what we have I think, is it 9 days before our next deliberation meeting? And so that's valuable time for us to be able to study communities of interest, study the public comments that are coming in, study the suggested maps. And I think, you know, we're going to have a real substantive dialogue. Is there any other discussion on this agenda item number 6 related to this deliberation on moving lines with these maps? Okay, thank you very much, mapping team. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 7. Next meeting date is next Tuesday, October 12th. The commission would actually like to meet at 9 a.m. It was initially scheduled for 8 a.m. And so we are going to propose 9 a.m. Let's plan for it. And we expect it to be a 2-hour explicit business meeting. We are looking forward to a presentation on Latino political history, maybe some migration patterns with that, and we can spend time on just some basic business issues. And then we will reconvene a week from Thursday with our efforts with the map deliberation. And if there's no other comment. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What day is it? Please clarify.
Monday. We'll reconvene on Monday.
Oh, we're reconvening on Monday.
No. Our meetings next week is on Tuesday, but then the following week we reconvene on Monday. Friday, yes.
Yeah, so I can summarize real quick for you. You have the grid map hearing on the 7th, your business meeting on the 12th, and then your next grid map decision meeting on the 15th, followed by then the weekend off, and then grid map resumes on the 18th.
The meeting on the 7th is a hearing. We will be in the West Valley in Surprise, taking public testimony. Yes. All right. Thank you very much. With that, we will move to agenda item number 8, closing of public comments. Please note, we're now closing public comment. Members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 9, adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Commissioner York, I so move to adjourn.
Vice Chair Watchman seconds.
We'll take a quick vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will adjourn. Thank you, everybody, for an outstanding meeting. I look forward to seeing everybody in the West Valley Thursday, 4 p.m. We will be there for several hours. You can come after work. It's going to go on a long time. Please attend. Thank you.